Hello everyone, a very good evening and welcome to Byju's Exam Prep. Welcome to another class on international relations. Yesterday we had covered India's ties with Nepal. Today we shall start with the second Himalayan country, that is India's relations with Bhutan. So before we begin, please let me know if I'm audible, if the video is clearly visible. Let me know in the comments with a yes or with a thumbs up. Great. So let's start with India's relations with Bhutan. Since we understood India's ties with Nepal, it's very easy and very simple to understand our relations with Bhutan. Because both Nepal and Bhutan are Himalayan states. Both Nepal and Bhutan share a very similar background with regard to their history, culture, and geography. There are a lot of similarities that you find between Nepal and Bhutan, even with regard to their political system. So you do find these similarities between these Himalayan countries, right? Both Nepal and Bhutan are located in the sensitive Himalayan belt, and they are sandwiched between two large Asian powers, that is India and China. Bhutan is a majority Buddhist nation. Please make a note of this. Bhutan is a Buddhist country. We studied under Nepal that even Nepal has a strong influence of Buddhism, right? Also happens to be a birthplace of Buddhism along with India. So that is a common cultural and historical link that we share with Bhutan. It's a common historical and cultural link that binds India with Bhutan. So naturally, India would seek close relations with such an important country. First of all, it occupies a strategic location because of its geography, because of where it is located. And we have a very strong historical cultural link, primarily through Buddhism. So it's only natural for India to seek close friendly relations with such countries. See, Bhutan might be a very small country. If you look at the size of the nation, it's a very small country. In fact, it is much smaller than many states in India. It has a very small population as well and a very small and limited economy. But still, Bhutan is very critical for India as it is sandwiched between India and China. So, Bhutan occupies a strategic location along the Himalayan belt, and India seeks close relations with the country as we have cultivated Bhutan as a buffer state against possible Chinese aggression. Remember, we had discussed this in the previous class. I told you yesterday as to how the British had cultivated Nepal and other Himalayan kingdoms as a buffer state against any possible threats from the north. India inherited this policy after independence, and we set up Nepal and Bhutan and Sikkim as buffer states against any possible aggression from China. So, Bhutan serves a major strategic and security purpose for India. With regard to India's strategic and security interests, Bhutan is extremely crucial despite its small size. Is that clear? That's a very important point you need to note down. Please understand these fine points regarding the geography, the history, and the culture of Bhutan and why the country is so relevant for India in its foreign policy. See, you can observe in the map that Bhutan also is a landlocked country. It is surrounded by land on all the sides. It's bound by India and China. The Indian states that share a boundary with Bhutan include Sikkim, West Bengal, Assam, and Arunachal Pradesh. Please note down this important fact. In prelims, there might be a question. There might be a map based geography question asking you which Indian states share boundaries with Bhutan. The answer is Sikkim, West Bengal, Assam, and Arunachal Pradesh. So Bhutan does not have access to the sea, right? It's not directly connected to the sea. And also its economy is very limited. Bhutan does not have an industrialized economy. In fact, Bhutan does not believe in industrial growth and large-scale industrial expansion. It does not believe in over-exploitation of resources. As a country, Bhutan has followed a very unique political and economic system. Is that clear? Bhutan has a very unique political and economic system compared to the rest of the countries. Even today, Bhutan remains a monarchy with a partial democratic setup. Even today, the head of state in Bhutan is the king. The royal family is still in power. Bhutan's government reports to the king. The king is still the head of the state. And there is partial democracy. Elections are held. There is a government which is formed. There is a prime minister. But the executive reports to the monarch, reports to the king. The king is the supreme authority. So it's not a republican state. It's not a republic. It's not a full-fledged democracy. It's a monarchy, right? It has partial democracy in place, but all the basic rights are available in the country. It's a very progressive society in that regard. All the basic essential rights are protected, but the government still functions under the monarch. That is the setup, the political setup in Bhutan. In fact, the people of Bhutan, they have a lot of respect towards the king and the royal family. There is a very unique relationship between the monarch and the citizens of the country. Even with regard to its economy, Bhutan follows a very unique model. Is anyone aware of what's unique about Bhutan's economic model? Can you let me know in the comments? What is so special about Bhutan's economy? Why is it so different from the rest of the world? Any idea? Happiness index, no GDP measurement. Very good. See, in the modern world, most countries measure their growth on the basis of GDP numbers. Correct? Even India and all the major powers, they measure their economic growth and progress primarily through GDP growth, that is gross domestic product. In economy, you would have studied what is GDP, right? It's the total value of all the goods and services produced in a given territory in a given period of time. So GDP based measurement of growth is purely statistical. It's just about measuring the value of the goods being produced in a country. So in Bhutan, there is a very different approach. They have taken an alternative approach to measure growth. Is growth just about increasing the production in the economy? What about happiness? What about our nature? What about environment and biodiversity? What about spiritual well-being? Right? All these aspects, which are integral to Buddhist values, have been incorporated into Bhutan's economy. From the beginning, Bhutan has a very strong commitment to protect and conserve its environment and biodiversity. It has a strong commitment for protecting and upholding spiritual well-being. And as a result, Bhutan does not prioritize. It does not prioritize exploitative growth. Bhutan's economy is not dependent on the large-scale exploitation of resources. In fact, Bhutan is blessed with plenty of resources. It has the Himalayan mountains, dense, thick forests, right? It has a virgin ecosystem which is largely untouched by human exploitation. And this is by design. Bhutan has carefully protected and conserved its environment and forests because the country, the society, they don't believe in exploitative growth. They don't believe in over-exploitation of their resources. Because economic growth always comes at a cost. right? To drive your economic growth, to drive your GDP numbers, you need to overexploit your resources. That's the unfortunate reality. So while countries are struggling to balance environment conservation and economic growth, Bhutan has found that right balance. It has very limited needs and requirements. It has a very simple, subsistent economy, and it does not believe in industrial expansion. The economy is largely focused on basic agriculture, few cottage industries, and ecotourism. It's a very simple model, a simple model of self sustenance, right? So they don't over exploit their natural resources. They don't believe in large scale mining. They don't believe in large projects. They don't believe in harnessing forest resources. They don't tolerate deforestation. In fact, Bhutan has a very, very strong commitment towards climate action. And it's one of the few carbon neutral or carbon negative countries in the world. Bhutan has been known for not contributing to greenhouse gas emissions. Of course, there will be some emissions, but Bhutan is compensating that by absorbing more carbon and greenhouse gases as compared to the emissions. So, in net terms, the country is either carbon neutral or carbon negative. The whole country is like a carbon sink, absorbing the excess carbon and greenhouse gases compared to the emissions being released. So, Bhutan has this strong commitment towards climate action, environment conservation, right? So, it does not believe in using fossil fuels. It does not believe in large scale exploitation of resources, deforestation, and it has put in place a unique economic model focused on national happiness, the GNH, the Gross National Happiness Index. So, through the index, not just economic growth is measured statistically, but even environmental well being, spiritual well being, they're all accounted for into the index. It measures the overall well being and happiness in the society instead of just relying on statistical growth numbers like GDP. So, as a result, Bhutan is a very happy place, right? Where people are content, people have access to basic resources like food, water, education, healthcare, right? All the basics are taken care of without having to depend on over exploitation of resources. So, this unique political and economic model is what makes Bhutan very different. And India, as its largest and most important neighbor, has respected these choices of Bhutan. We have never enforced our wishes, our foreign policy on Bhutan, right? We haven't pushed Bhutan to do something which it is not comfortable with. For example, India could have pushed Bhutan to exploit its resources because India would also benefit from such exploitation. But India has never done that. We have respected the political and economic system. We have treated Bhutan as an equal partner. And in fact, this relationship is even referred to as a model relationship by strategic experts. Because there is a great deal of trust in this relationship. Even though India is a large country, a massive power, and Bhutan is a very small country, India has never mistreated Bhutan. That equal treatment has always been there, that mutual respect has been there, and the relationship from the beginning has been built on the basis of trust. Is that clear? So for India, Bhutan's priority lies in the fact that it shares boundaries with Tibet, with China. As I told you, our top priority happens to be the security and strategic interests. So India has cultivated Bhutan as a buffer to absorb any impact from China's aggression. So post independence, this has been India's priority, right? We have cultivated these Himalayan states as buffers against Chinese aggression. So in 1949, India-Bhutan signed the Friendship Treaty, which became the foundation of this relationship. This is what defines India-Bhutan relations. Just like India-Nepal signed the Treaty of Peace and Friendship in 1950, 1 year before that, in 1949, India-Bhutan signed a friendship treaty which is based on the 1910 treaty between British India and the then Kingdom of Bhutan. We have continued the close relationship that British India had cultivated, and India has set up Bhutan as a security buffer, strategic buffer to withstand China's aggression. This treaty is extremely important because there are some unique provisions in this treaty. So let's understand how this treaty defines India-Bhutan relations, and let's understand what guides the relationship today between the two countries. Today we have another treaty. This treaty was revised. This treaty was revised and upgraded in 2007. So today the relations are defined by the new revised treaty. But the 1949 treaty remains the foundation, right? There have been some changes which has been done, some upgradations which have been done, but these are the treaties that govern India's relations with Bhutan. The 1949 treaty is extremely important because Bhutan essentially outsourced its foreign policy to India. Bhutan being a small country which wasn't able to run its own foreign policy, it wasn't able to defend itself, right? As a small economy, as a small country, it couldn't afford a large military force, right? And Bhutan, just like Nepal, was always worried about China's intentions. As soon as PRC was established after the Chinese Civil War, it was very clear for all the countries in the region that China will be an expansionist, aggressive power. These fears became true in 1950 when China forcefully annexed Tibet. So all the Himalayan kingdoms were worried. From Nepal to Sikkim to Bhutan, they were all worried about China's intentions. So they sought India's help, India's protection. They sought India's defense. So Bhutan outsourced its foreign policy to India. Despite being a sovereign country, it agreed to be guided by India in its foreign relations in return for a promise from India that India will not interfere in Bhutan's internal matters. India also committed to defend Bhutan against external threats if necessary. Is that clear? That is why the 1949 treaty is extremely important. Bhutan basically gave up its foreign policy to India, saying that India will guide Bhutan in its foreign policy. Bhutan allowed itself to be guided by India in its foreign policy. In return, India had to make a promise, a commitment that we will never interfere with the political and economic system of Bhutan. India promised not to meddle or not to carry out any interference in its internal issues and respect its political and economic system. And we also guaranteed the defense of the country against any potential external threats. Is that clear? So based on this, a very close trust-based relationship has been developed over the last 7 decades. India also promised to help Bhutan in its development, to support Bhutan's development, especially through financial support and technical support, to provide any possible financial and technical assistance to support the growth and development of the country. Right? India implemented certain measures from 1950s onwards through which we played a direct role in the growth and development of Bhutan. So without meddling or interfering in its political and economic system, India respected the uniqueness of Bhutan and started assisting the country. We started providing military support as well as promised to defend the country. We supplied weapons, gave training to their armed forces. Indian troops were deployed. Even today, Indian troops are deployed in Bhutan. They jointly guard Bhutan's borders with China, along with the Bhutanese forces. The Indian Army and the Royal Bhutanese Army, they conduct joint patrolling of the Bhutan-China border. Is that clear? So India supplies weapons as well. We provide military training. We train their civil servants, their police officers. They're all trained in Indian institutions along with the Indian officers. Is that clear? We provide a lot of economic support, financial support, and technical assistance. Most of the essential supplies go from India. Essential supplies are provided by India. Sea access is provided by India. That is port access. So that is how unique this relationship is. As a country, Bhutan is very dependent on India, but India does not misuse or exploit that situation. We don't leverage that. We treat Bhutan still as an equal partner, right? All essential supplies, from food supplies to medicines to engineering equipment, right? So all basic supplies, even fuel, cooking gas, petrol and diesel, they're all supplied by India. Bhutan gains sea access via Indian ports. All right? And we have kept our borders partially open. Partially open borders have been set up to facilitate free movement, to promote free movement of people and goods. Partially open borders have been created. It's not a fully open border like the one we have with Nepal. It's a partially open border, meaning you don't have hard border controls, but still there are some immigration measures and security measures in place. So Indians don't need a visa. Indians don't need a visa to visit Bhutan. All right? But Bhutan still issues a travel document. See, you can enter Nepal just like that. With any Indian ID card, you can enter Nepal just like that without the need for any kind of immigration checks. But in the case of Bhutan, there are some checks. You don't need a visa. You have visa-free entry for Indians. All right? And this is a reciprocal system. Even Bhutanese people, they don't need visa to enter India. But a travel document is issued. Bhutan primarily restricts and regulates the number of people who come to the country, because Bhutan does not want its environment to be destroyed or damaged, right? See, from India, those who mainly go to Bhutan, they are either traders or tourists. Excessive trade and excessive tourism can both be destructive to the environment. So Bhutan keeps a check. It regulates the number of people coming from the outside. It has a quota system. It has a very high entry fee as well. You have to pay a per day maintenance fee. They've kept it very high because that becomes a barrier to, restrict the entry of people into the country. So Bhutan allows very restricted tourism and restrictive trade because it wants to protect its environment and biodiversity. It does not want to cause excessive pollution or deforestation, right? So there is a immigration process in place where Indians need to get a travel document. All right, we have to pay a user fee as well. Per day maintenance fee has to be paid. But for movement of vehicles, for movement of goods, we have created a free trade arrangement between the two countries. So in a way, there is an arrangement for free movement of goods and people, right? You don't have harsh border controls. We don't need a visa, but there are some immigration checks and security checks in place. Some restrictions, regulations are there to ensure that Bhutan is not overexploited. Got it? So this is what makes the 1949 treaty so special. Bhutan is defended by India. India gives a lot of support in the field of defense. We have promised not to meddle and interfere and constantly support the development of the country while guiding the country in its foreign policy. Got it? So this agreement was valid from 1949 until 2007. Clear? From 2007 onwards, there has been a change. The treaty has been revised and upgraded, as I told you. And as part of the revision, Bhutan is no longer guided by India. Bhutan is no longer guided by India in its foreign policy. Which means Bhutan, just like any other sovereign nation, conducts its own foreign policy. It need not consult India, take India's approval and permission before conducting its foreign relations. Until 2007, it was guided by India entirely. Essentially, India would be parallelly running Bhutan's foreign policy, telling Bhutan what to do, what kind of relations to maintain. But from 2007, we have stopped this because Bhutan expressed an interest to conduct its own foreign relations. As Bhutan became prominent in climate change negotiations, as it became popular as a carbon neutral country, right? It started playing a bigger role in climate change diplomacy. So Bhutan wanted it to exercise its sovereign right of conducting its own foreign policy. And when Bhutan expressed the interest, India more than happily agreed for a revision. We didn't hold back, we didn't push Bhutan back. We agreed for a revision, upgraded the treaty in 2007. And since then, Bhutan has been conducting its own foreign policy independently. Is that clear? So it is truly a special relationship. In every possible manner, it is definitely a special relationship. All right. Now let's look at some more details regarding how the relations have developed and what kind of cooperation we have with this country. In the 1960s, the then Prime Minister Nehru and the then King of Bhutan, they launched Project Dantak to support the construction of roads in this Himalayan country. As you know, Bhutan is a Himalayan kingdom, so it's not easy to build infrastructure, right? The terrain is very complex, just like Nepal. So infrastructure creation is very challenging in the Himalayan region. To build roads, to build railway lines, to set up power plants, power grids, it's going to be very challenging. And even to build bridges and tunnels, right? It's going to be an engineering challenge requiring a lot of funds and a lot of technical support. So a small country like Bhutan won't be able to do this on its own. So then Prime Minister Nehru, who shared a very good bond with the royal family, right? Indian leaders have been very close to the kings of Bhutan. Even Indira Gandhi, Rajiv Gandhi, even Prime Minister Modi right now. They all share a very good personal bond with the king and the royal family in Bhutan, right? That's why the trust is very, very strong between the two sides. So Prime Minister Nehru decided to support Bhutan's growth and development and launched Project Dantak, where India would provide funds and even implement the construction of key infrastructure projects in the country. Is that clear? It started with construction of roads, but now it has expanded to many other critical projects, including power stations, assistance in the field of agriculture, healthcare, education, training and capacity building of Bhutan's officials, military and civilian officials. And we have even put in place a free trade arrangement to facilitate the easy movement of people and goods between the two countries. Is that clear? So Bhutan's military officials and even the civilian bureaucracy, their diplomats, their police officers, they're all trained with Indian probationers. So their military officers come to Indian military academies like NDA, the IMA, etc. In fact, many countries get the same support from India. So those who are part of these military training academies in India, right? You would have noticed that there would be cadets from Nepal, Bhutan, Maldives, Seychelles, Mauritius. Their cadets are also brought in, even from Afghanistan, right? Their military officers are trained in Indian military academies. Similarly, with their bureaucrats, their civil servants, their diplomats, police officers, they train with Indian probationers. Now, if you crack this exam and go to Labasna, Mussoorie for your training, right? And further, if you, let's say, choose IPS and you go to Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel National Police Academy at Hyderabad for your IPS training, or let's say you go to the Foreign Policy Institute at Delhi for your IFS training, you will come across foreign probationary officers, right? They will be from Nepal, Bhutan, from Maldives, Mauritius, and Seychelles, and all these small countries. because we help train the government officials of several countries. This is the support we provide in the field of training and capacity building. Is that clear? You will have these foreign officers as your batchmates. So that is the close bond that India has built with some small countries in the region. So through Project Dantak, India has played a key role in infrastructure development. Right? We have executed many hydropower projects. We have built bridges. We have set up power lines, power stations. We have built key roads that drive Bhutan's economy and tourism, and they also connect Bhutan with India. Is that clear? So please remember Project Dantak. It's a major initiative of India started in the 1960s, and it's still an ongoing initiative. Then Bhutan was heavily dependent on India for budgetary support. It is such a small country with a small economy that obviously it couldn't sustain its own economy in the early days. So Bhutan also launched 5-year plans. Just like India, it followed the planned model of development, but it didn't have enough financial resources to sponsor the budgeted programs. This is where India stepped in. Right from the beginning, right from our independence, India has been providing budgetary allocation in every year's annual budget presented by the union government. A separate allocation is made to finance Bhutan's budget. It's almost like Bhutan is like a state of India, right? Just like center makes allocations to states, a separate allocation is made in the budget itself to finance Bhutan's budget. At one point in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, almost the entire budget of Bhutan was funded by India. Is that clear? But today, Bhutan has become self-sufficient. Its budgetary dependency has reduced on India because today Bhutan is generating a lot of revenue for itself. Today, Bhutan is able to generate a lot of revenue and it is heading towards self-sufficiency, right? At one point, we would finance the entire budget. If we would finance the 5-year plans, right? Even Bhutan had adopted the planned model of development, just like India. So India was funding the 5-year plans, then the budgetary programs of Bhutan. Until 80s and 90s, Bhutan had a lot of dependency on India. But in the last 20, 25 years, Bhutan's dependency has gone down because today it is generating a lot of revenue through tourism and through power export. These are the two biggest sources of foreign exchange for Bhutan. Is that clear? It's a hub for tourism, right? From India and around the world. Bhutan is a country of interest. It's one of the most secluded, isolated, cut-off countries with pristine virgin environment, right? And it still has a lot of focus on faith, belief, and spirituality. So as a Buddhist nation with pristine environment, it attracts a lot of tourists from around the world, even though it's expensive to visit the country because of the high charges that are levied. Several tourists visit the country, even from India, that generates a lot of revenue to the government of Bhutan. Apart from tourism, Bhutan is generating revenue by exporting power, by exporting electricity. And this has been made possible by India. India has played a pivotal role in driving the hydropower sector of Bhutan. Remember, yesterday we discussed how Himalayan countries will have tremendous hydropower potential. Even though we have faced challenges and hurdles in Nepal, and our projects have been delayed and derailed in Nepal, in Bhutan, India has seen tremendous success. We have successfully financed and executed many key hydropower projects in the country. As a result, Bhutan is generating surplus electricity. Is that clear? Since Bhutan has very limited requirement, it does not have large industries, right? After meeting its domestic requirement, there is a lot of surplus which is left, which is exported to India through the grids that we have created, through the power grid set up by India. And we further distribute this or re-export this to Nepal and Bangladesh. As part of the power trade agreement between BBIN countries, India has championed this initiative to distribute the surplus electricity from Bhutan to Nepal and Bangladesh. We have interconnected the power grids of these 4 countries, and we have set up these massive hydropower plants in Bhutan, where surplus electricity is being produced. India procures that. We purchase that electricity, right? India also consumes that, and we re-export that to Nepal and Bangladesh. So that is the special power trading arrangement we have created in South Asia, which is providing for energy security or power security for these 4 countries. Bhutan is generating a lot of revenue through India's investments in the hydropower sector. So please make a note of some important projects that have been executed by India. It could be important for your prelims as well. India has built hydropower plants at Chuka, Kurichu, and Tala. All right. Recently, we completed a part of the Mangdechu hydroelectric project. Other important ongoing projects are Punat Changchu 1 and 2. And we have also taken up a joint venture recently called Kolongchu hydropower project. Is that clear? Apart from that, there are few more projects as well, but these are the prominent ones. So India has financed and built several hydropower plants in Bhutan. And recently, when Bhutan's king visited India just 2 months back, in May, June 2023, Bhutan's king paid a visit to India. During this visit, India has agreed to speed up the completion of ongoing hydropower plants. Right? We have proposed some new hydropower projects as well. And we have promised to speed up the construction to bring them online as quickly as possible. And we have also agreed to increase the tariff, to increase the prices at which India is purchasing electricity from Bhutan, so that it will fetch more revenue to Bhutan. Is that clear? India has agreed for a tariff rise. The per unit cost of electricity will be increased according to this new agreement. India will purchase electricity at a higher cost, right, to match the demand of Bhutan. And we have promised to execute and speed up the construction of other pending and ongoing projects. And this highlights the role of hydropower cooperation and energy cooperation between the 2 countries. It's a driving factor in the relationship. And as you know, hydropower is largely renewable and clean compared to thermal power and fossil fuel based energy, right? So hydropower sector is a very big success for India and Bhutan, right? They've successfully collaborated and executed several projects, and there are many more projects that are going on. Is that clear? In fact, during the recent visit, India has signed an agreement with Bhutan to build the first railway line to connect Bhutan with Assam. India-Bhutan will be executing their first joint railway project. It will connect Kokrajhar in Assam. In Assam, you have a region called Kokrajhar. It's a Bodo inhabited region. It's present somewhere over here, approximately. It's close to Bhutan's border, right, towards the northwest of Assam, in the Bodo districts, where you have the Bodo territorial region, right? That is where Kokrajhar is present. So from Kokrajhar, India has proposed a railway line across the border to connect with Bhutan. This will be the first railway project, transboundary railway project between India and Bhutan. Right now, it's largely road-based connectivity between the two countries. Now, railway-based connectivity is also being set up. This was proposed during the recent visit of Bhutan's king to India. So such connectivity projects, along with our hydropower and infrastructure projects, are being handled by India. So no wonder this is a model relationship. Is that clear? That's why it's called an exemplary relationship or a model relationship, because the two countries barely have any issues or disputes or conflicts between them. It's been a very smooth, very cordial relationship and a trust-based relationship. In fact, let me tell you something very unique and interesting. Bhutan has always respected India's interests. Because of all the help India provides, Bhutan has never done anything to harm India's interests. For example, be it China's aggression along the border, be it international organizations such as UN, WTO, or any regional groupings like SAARC and BIMSTEC. All right? At all such organizations and groupings, at multilateral organizations, it has always supported India's position. It has constantly backed India at multilateral platforms and as well as at international organizations. So be it UN reforms, be it climate change negotiations, be it WTO negotiations, or any issues at regional bodies like SAARC and BIMSTEC, at all these multilateral platforms, Bhutan has constantly supported India's position. It supports India's entry into UN Security Council as a permanent member. Any resolution or issue that we bring up, right, Bhutan supports us and votes in favor of India at all these multilateral bodies. And Bhutan has been so sensitive towards India that Bhutan has limited its diplomatic ties. Bhutan has done it on its own. Bhutan has diplomatic relations with very few countries in the world. Is that clear? Believe it or not, even today, even though Bhutan can run its own foreign policy, it has no official relations with any of the P5 countries. It has deliberately stayed away from setting up ties with the P5, which includes China as well. I hope you know what is P5. Can someone tell me in the comments? What is P5? Which are the P5 countries? Why are they called P5? Anyone? The permanent members of UN Security Council. Very good. The 5 permanent members of UN Security Council. They are called P5. That is United States. Which are the 5 permanent members of UNSC? The United States, United Kingdom, France, China, and Russia. These 5 countries, the 5 permanent members of UNSC, are called P5. They are the permanent 5. Since they are the major global powers, Bhutan has deliberately stayed away from setting up ties with these countries so that they will not interfere in this region, and it allows India to retain its dominant position in South Asia. Bhutan has no relations with China, no relations with the US, no relations with any of the P5 countries. It has very limited relations with few countries like India, Bangladesh, Nepal, Thailand, and few others. It deals with other countries primarily through its UN offices located at New York and Geneva. Bhutan interacts with other countries especially with regard to climate change negotiations and other global issues. It does deal with other countries, but through its UN offices. It does not have its own embassies abroad. Is that clear? It has very limited diplomatic ties with just few countries, and it has no relations with any of the P5 countries. So Bhutan has no embassy in Washington or Beijing. Similarly, US, China, Russia, they have no embassy in Bhutan. They do not have official diplomatic relations. This is out of respect towards India's interests. This is to respect India's primacy in the region, India's dominant position in the region, to not allow any big powers to interfere or meddle, so that India can remain the dominant power and dominant influence in the region. So that is the special nature of this relationship. So that is why India was very comfortable to revise and upgrade the treaty when Bhutan requested to conduct its own foreign policy henceforth. When Bhutan raised the request to revise and upgrade the treaty, India had no issues with it. We trust the country so much that India had nothing to worry. We know that Bhutan will protect and take care of Indian interests. It will keep us informed of any big foreign policy decisions. So India willingly agreed for a renegotiation, and as a result, the 1949 treaty was revised and upgraded in 2007. So since then, since the last 16 years, Bhutan has been conducting its own foreign policy. It is no longer guided by India in its foreign policy. Prior to this, prior to 2007, India was essentially conducting Bhutan's foreign policy. We would guide Bhutan, tell Bhutan what to do, what kind of relations to maintain, right? Bhutan couldn't sign any agreements or deals with other countries without India's approval, because it was mandated under 1949 treaty. Is that clear? Now, this is no longer the case. Right now, just like any other sovereign country, Bhutan conducts its own foreign relations. But because of the trust in the relationship, it informs India. It keeps India in the loop, even though it is not bound to do that. There is no obligation on Bhutan, but still, it consults India and keeps India in the loop before taking big decisions. Is that clear? So that is the special nature of this relationship. We have simplified the movement of goods and people. We have cemented strong economic, political, and cultural relations between the two countries. So no wonder Bhutan is a special country. Even though it's very small, it's a special country for India, and that's why the topic is very important for our mains and prelims exam. Is that clear? Now let me talk about a few more issues which are equally important. Defense and security relationship, another important area of cooperation. We understood that India is responsible to defend the country. Even now, India has that obligation. We have made a commitment to protect the country. Because see, who can be a threat to Bhutan? Obviously, it's China. Bhutan has borders only with two countries, India and China. If India has agreed to defend the country, then it means the threat for Bhutan is only China. That's because China, Bhutan have a boundary dispute. Just like China has triggered a boundary dispute with India since 1950s, similarly, China has boundary disputes with Bhutan as well. These are standing unresolved boundary disputes. So there is always a threat for Bhutan from China. So India has committed to defend the country against such external threats. So we even maintain a military training team, the IMTRAT, that provides training to Bhutan's armed forces. We supply weapons to the country. We conduct joint exercises, joint missions if required, and we even share intelligence with each other. It's a very close, special relationship that we maintain. We even conduct joint patrolling of the borders, especially the sensitive borders between Bhutan and China. Is that clear? The only security issue other than this we have seen in Bhutan is the presence of few northeast insurgents. I'm sure all of you would have heard about northeast insurgency. From 1950s till now, Northeast India has been badly affected by several insurgent movements. We have seen the insurgency of Ulfa in Assam. We have seen the insurgency of Bodo outfits like NDFB, again in Assam, in the Bodo areas especially. We have seen organizations like Kamtapur Liberation Organization, Naga outfits like NSCN operating in Nagaland and other parts of Northeast India, Tripura-based outfits like All Tripura Tiger Force. All these have been major security threats for India. Some of these insurgent groups, they had found a safe haven either in neighboring Myanmar or in Bangladesh, or previously in East Pakistan. Many of these Northeast insurgent groups, right, most of them were separatist outfits fighting for independence from India. They were threatening our sovereignty. So from 1950s till now, we have seen multiple insurgencies, and during the peak of insurgency in the 1970s, 80s, many of these insurgents were hiding in our neighboring countries such as Myanmar and Bangladesh because they were getting cross-border support. Secretly, hostile countries were supporting them through their intelligence agencies, supplying funds and weapons to them. Is that clear? But Bhutan has never done this. It has never sheltered any Northeast insurgent group deliberately or willingly. Is that clear? Bhutan's government is very close to India, seeking to protect India's interests. So it has willingly never sheltered any of these insurgent groups despite being located in the same region. All right? But however, we had one incident. We had one particular incident in late 1990s. The Indian Army, along with Assam Rifles, they conducted a massive counter-insurgency operation known as Operation Rhino. In the late 1990s, a massive counter-insurgency operation was carried out by Indian Army and Assam Rifles to flush out and target these insurgents. And this counter-insurgency operation or COIN operation was codenamed as Operation Rhino. Because of Operation Rhino, these insurgent groups that I have named here, they came under a lot of pressure. Right? We targeted these groups. Many insurgents were killed. Their escape route to Myanmar and Bangladesh was blocked. So, as a result of the pressure put by Indian forces, some of these insurgents, they ran away to Bhutan. They ran away to Bhutan and secretly they took shelter in Bhutan. Because these insurgents were not safe in India, as India was stepping up the pressure through these large-scale counter-insurgency operations. The exit route, the escape route to Myanmar and Bangladesh was effectively blocked out. So many of these insurgent outfits like Kamtapur Liberation Organization, the All Tripura Tiger Force, NSCN, Ulfa and Bodo outfits, they ran away from Northeast India and they took shelter secretly in Bhutan. They crossed over the border, right? And they set up their camps in the densely forested areas of Bhutan without the knowledge of Bhutan's government and security forces. This was one incident that we faced in late 90s and early 2000. Is that clear? There was no government support as such. Bhutan's government was not supporting them. All right? There was no state support for these insurgents. These insurgents had run away and they themselves took shelter in Bhutan. The moment India realized this, our intelligence agencies cooperated with Bhutan. We shared the intelligence and we launched a joint operation known as Operation All Clear. India's RAW, Intelligence Bureau, and the special forces of the Indian Army, the para-commandos, together with the Royal Bhutanese Army and the security agencies of Bhutan, launched joint operations under Operation All Clear to flush out these insurgents who were hiding in Bhutan. Is that clear? That is the special relationship Bhutan shares with India. The moment there was a security threat, Bhutan cooperated with India. We shared the intelligence, tracked these insurgent groups, and they were destroyed under Operation All Clear that lasted several months. And all the safe camps, the safe sanctuaries were destroyed, thus protecting India's security interests. Is that clear? So this is a very, very important point. Otherwise, this border is very safe. It's a very safe border. We don't have any major threat along the India-Bhutan border. There is no organized crime, no infiltration. So the security threats are very, very limited along the India-Bhutan border. It's a relatively safer border. Any idea which is the border guarding force from India? Can you tell me in the comments? India has deployed which border guarding force to safeguard our borders with Bhutan? SSB, Assam Rifles, ITBP? The correct answer is SSB, again, the Sashastra Seema Bal. So SSB has the responsibility to protect two borders of India, one with Nepal and one with Bhutan. So Sashastra Seema Bal is responsible for guarding and protecting India-Bhutan border. It's a relatively safe border. This is the only major threat we had faced, where few insurgents ran away from India because of Operation Rhino. They were hiding in Bhutan, but they were flushed out and cleared under Operation All Clear. Is that clear? So we have very strong military and intelligence relations. We train their forces, supply weapons to them, share intelligence with them, conduct joint operations and exercises when required. Understood? The other minor issue we faced in late 90s was the case of a community known as the Lotsampas. The Lotsampas, it's a community of Nepali origin. All right, they actually belong to Nepal historically, but in modern times, they have shifted towards Bhutan. So between the native Bhutanese and the Lotsampas, there has been a divide, right? The Bhutanese have often discriminated against the Lotsampa community as they come from outside the region. They're of Nepali origin. So in 1990s, we had one small refugee crisis here because the Bhutanese had oppressed and targeted the Lotsampa community. They declared them as foreigners. They took away their citizenship. This was an internal issue of Bhutan. The native Bhutanese, with the support of the government, they took away the citizenship of Lotsampas and they made them stateless, right? Because of their Nepali origin. They were pushed out of the country because of targeted attacks and violence, and it had triggered a minor refugee crisis in the region. Lotsampas fled to India and Nepal, but unfortunately, India did not intervene effectively. In order to protect our close ties with Bhutan, we didn't interfere because we would have to choose between Nepal and Bhutan, as Nepal's government was supporting Lotsampas as they are of Nepali origin. So as India was caught in between Nepal and Bhutan, India found it difficult to make a choice, and India largely took a backseat. So it allowed United Nations and Western countries to step in, and they took some of the Lotsampa refugees. Is that clear? Nepal accepted most of the refugees. Some of them were accepted by UN, US, and European countries, and they were settled in the Western countries. So please be aware of this small development in the 90s. This was one incident of refugee crisis from Bhutan towards India and Nepal, where a community known as Lotsampa community was targeted by the native Bhutanese. Is that clear? So India lost an opportunity to resolve the issue. As India was caught between Nepal and Bhutan, right, we were hesitant to act, and it allowed UN and Western countries to get involved, and they took the Lotsampa refugees. And Nepal also took most of the refugees as they are of Nepali origin. So apart from this, it's been a very smooth, clean relationship. We don't have any direct issues or conflicts or disputes with Bhutan. The only security issue we faced was the presence of Northeast insurgents. Again, the government didn't support them. These insurgents had taken shelter, but they were cleared out through Operation All Clear. And we faced one small refugee crisis, the Lotsampa crisis. Apart from this, Bhutan faces one risk, one major threat. This is a result of its boundary dispute with China. Is that clear? As I told you, China, Bhutan have an ongoing boundary dispute. And trust me, this is a very important topic. Because recently there have been a lot of developments regarding the China-Bhutan border dispute. In the last 1.5 years, a lot of developments are happening. Quick developments are happening between China and Bhutan, and they're making a proactive attempt to resolve and settle the boundary dispute. So in that context, we should understand the nature of this boundary dispute. We should understand which are the disputed areas, what's the claim of China, what's the claim of Bhutan, and how India gets involved in all of this. What is India's role? What role has India played in the past? What are India's interests as far as China-Bhutan border dispute is concerned? Right? Those are some key points we need to understand. And trust me, it's a very important topic for your prelims and mains. Because recently, in the last 12 to 15 months, there have been some very, very big developments. So let's talk about this topic in detail. Let's understand this in complete detail. If you have an atlas, please open the map or use Google Map at least, or even the PPT itself to mark some locations that I'm going to highlight. China and Bhutan have a boundary dispute at 3 locations. Towards the western sector of the border, at a place known as Doklam Plateau, also called the Doklam Bowl. This is where China and Bhutan have a standing boundary dispute. Is that clear? This is one of the disputes in the western sector of the border. Towards the northern sector of the border, there are 2 more locations where they have a dispute. This includes Jakarlung, which you can see here in the image, and Pasamlung. Please note down the names and roughly remember their location. Doklam is to the west of Bhutan, towards the western boundary. Jakarlung, Pasamlung is to the northern boundary, towards Tibet. Is that clear? These 3 locations are very important. You can get a prelims map-based question here. So Bhutan shares a boundary of around 477 kilometers. It's 400 kilometers plus the boundary between Bhutan and China. And just like China has disputed its boundaries with India, similarly, it has disputed its boundaries with Bhutan as well. Ever since China annexed Tibet in 1950, overnight, China became our neighbor. Or else China wouldn't have been the neighbor of India, Nepal, or Bhutan. Right? China was a little further away towards East Asia. So the PRC, the People's Republic of China, which won the Chinese Civil War, the Chinese Communist Party, established a strong, aggressive, expansionist country and started expanding its territory by forcefully occupying Tibet in 1950. So as China occupied Tibet and even parts of Xinjiang province towards the south and west, that is how China became our neighbor overnight. It started sharing boundaries with India, Nepal, Sikkim, and Bhutan. So as China disputed the validity of British era boundaries with India and created border disputes and even triggered a war with India, similarly, it has disputed its boundaries with Bhutan as well. These are the 3 places where the dispute exists: at Doklam Plateau, Jakarlung, and Pasamlung. Is that clear? Now, let me explain the significance of Doklam. Let's understand why Doklam region is important. Why is it in news constantly? What happened here in 2017? Why did India get involved in a boundary dispute between China and Bhutan? What developments happened? What is the current status? That is something we should understand. In 2017, the Chinese troops, the PLA, People's Liberation Army, was seen to be constructing an illegal road at Doklam. As we know, Indian troops jointly patrol the border with Bhutan's troops. As India is responsible for defending Bhutan, India has deployed its troops where we provide training to Bhutan's forces. We conduct joint patrolling as well, because protecting these borders of Bhutan is crucial for India's national security as well. Right? If there is any threat from China, it will affect Indian interests as well. We have seen that happening in 1962. In 1962, when China went to war against India, China used Sikkim to make inroads into Indian territory at this tri-junction point. Remember, Sikkim was an independent kingdom. It was not part of India. China, via the Chumbi Valley of Tibet, this is the strategic Chumbi Valley of Tibet, where the PLA has a very, very strong military presence. It's like a inroad that China has made. The territory is such that, geography is such that the Chumbi Valley protrudes between Sikkim and Bhutan. It's like a triangular area here. So from here, the PLA forces had made deep inroads into India via the strategic Nathula Pass and the Doklam region. And they had come very close to our Siliguri corridor, which is a choke point for India. Now, if you observe the map, you can notice the Siliguri corridor. This is the Siliguri corridor. This narrow land corridor of India in West Bengal, in northern West Bengal, this is the Siliguri corridor. It's hardly 22 to 60 kilometers in width. At its narrowest point, it's around 22 kilometers. It extends to around 60 kilometers in total. Such a narrow piece of land serves as the only connection between Northeast India and rest of India. This is the only link to the Northeast region, because Siliguri is surrounded by two international borders. Here you have Nepal's borders with India. Here you have Bangladesh's borders with India. Is that clear? So Siliguri is sandwiched between Nepal and Bangladesh, surrounded by two international boundaries. So between Nepal and Bangladesh, there is a small patch of India in this part of West Bengal that is the only link, only connection from Northeast region to the rest of the country. So in 1962, our biggest fear came true. When Chinese troops intruded into Sikkim through the Nathula Doklam region and came close to Siliguri, India was worried that China might blockade Siliguri. Since it's a very narrow strip of land, few thousand Chinese troops are enough to block out this route and occupy the Siliguri region, which will effectively cut off India from Northeast region. We will lose access to the Northeast region. So that is why Siliguri is known as a choke point for India, a strategic choke point. That is why it is referred to as the chicken's neck of India. Have you seen a chicken's neck? It is very long, slender, and very weak. Chicken's neck can be easily cut off. It can be broken off very easily. So Siliguri region is like that. It's similar to a chicken's neck. It's a very slender and long region which can be easily blocked or cut off during a conflict. So Siliguri corridor has a lot of strategic significance for India, and Nathula and Doklam also have a lot of strategic significance for India. This was one reason why it's believed that then Prime Minister Indira Gandhi later put pressure on Sikkim to merge with India. Right? Yesterday we spoke about the controversial merger of Sikkim into India. How Raw possibly played a role to destabilize the Chogyal dynasty. to force Sikkim's merger into India. It's believed that the reason for pushing Sikkim to join India was this, right? India wanted to increase its military presence and protect its security interests against Chinese aggression by gaining control of Nathula and the Doklam region. See, Doklam is in Bhutan. It is Bhutan's territory. It is under Bhutan's control. So in 2017, the Indian Army and Royal Bhutanese Army were conducting a joint patrol, and they were shocked, they were surprised to see the Chinese troops building an illegal road in Bhutan's territory. Essentially, in Bhutan's territory, the Chinese troops were seen to be building a road, and this was illegal. So immediately, India raised an objection. India objected to the construction activity. This led to clashes between the two sides and triggered a major military standoff. Now, if you ask why India got involved, answer is very simple. We have a commitment to defend Bhutan. Don't forget that. Plus, the region is strategically vital for India. Doklam is strategically important because of its proximity to Nathula Pass in Sikkim and the Siliguri corridor in West Bengal. Anyone who controls Doklam will have a vantage point to reach Nathula and as well as Siliguri. So since these locations are strategically vital for India from a military perspective, India has always tried to maintain its dominant position here with the help of Bhutan. So when Indian troops encountered the Chinese PLA illegally building a road at Doklam, we objected to the road construction. All right. So this led to clashes. It led to a fist fight where Indian troops and PLA troops, they beat up each other. They threw stones at each other. They used sticks, bats, and other implements and tools to beat up each other, causing a lot of injuries on both the sides. Now, some of you might have a question here, a doubt. Why do Indian troops and Chinese troops, why do they fight like gangs, street gangs or thugs? Why don't they open fire? Right? You might have seen a pattern recently in Arunachal Pradesh, in the Tawang region. There was a similar clash that happened where Indian and Chinese troops, they beat up each other. They got into a hand-to-hand fight, a fist fight. They threw stones at each other, used cricket bats, hockey sticks, baseball bats to beat up each other. The same happened at Ladakh in Galwan during the Galwan River Valley clashes in 2020. Right? So some of you might have seen that pattern. So there is a reason why Indian and Chinese troops engage in a fist fight, in a hand-to-hand fight. Because there are certain agreements between India and China that prohibits the usage of weapons and opening of fire in case of a standoff. We will study those agreements under India-China relationship. When we come to the China chapter, there we will discuss the boundary dispute in detail. I will explain some important boundary agreements between India and China. We have created a set of arrangements to prevent any escalation of these small boundary level tensions. Is that clear? In the 1990s, India-China signed two very important agreements. These agreements, they restrict the activities of Indian troops and Chinese troops. Both the sides are prohibited from carrying heavy weaponry near the border. They are prohibited from opening fire on the other side. Right? The idea is to contain and limit the damage in case of any clash or escalation, and not allow small incursions to turn into a big conflict. Because India-China can't afford to go to war. Right? Two of the largest countries in the world, most populous countries in the world, and nuclear powers can't afford to go to a conflict with each other. So to prevent any escalation and to provide for a quick resolution, to negotiate and disengage and de-escalate from this crisis, the two countries have few boundary agreements in place, and two of these agreements were signed in the 1990s. So according to these 1990s agreements, India-China are prohibited from opening fire against each other. Right? They're prohibited from carrying heavy weaponry near the border. That is why you don't see an incident where Indian troops have opened fire against Chinese troops or Chinese troops have opened fire against Indian troops. That's why at Galwan River Valley, it was hand-to-hand combat. Stones were pelted. Cricket bats and wooden sticks and clubs were used to beat up each other. Hand-to-hand combat took place. Same with Doklam in 2017. Same with Tawang clashes recently in Arunachal Pradesh. Because they are prohibited from opening fire. Because if fire is opened and if a lot of soldiers are killed, then very quickly small disputes and incursions can escalate, leading to a possible war or a bigger conflict. And both countries will pay a big price for that. So to prevent that from happening, we have certain protocols. We have certain arrangements and SOPs that are put in place through these boundary agreements signed in 1990s. Is that clear? So at Doklam, when India encountered the Chinese troops along with Bhutanese troops, we objected to the construction, and this led to clashes and increased tensions between the two sides. Quickly, India-China mobilized more troops. They brought reinforcements. India noticed that China was mobilizing troops instead of stepping back. Under these agreements that I spoke about, these 1990s agreements, there is a set process for de-escalation. There is a process that has been set up through these agreements to quickly resolve these issues without turning them into a bigger conflict. But China was seen to be breaking them. Is that clear? China was supposed to step back along with Indian troops so that the tensions can reduce, and local military commanders were supposed to talk to each other. These agreements, they lay down the protocols for that. Instead of allowing the armed forces and governments to get directly involved, the local military commanders can talk to each other and find a quick solution, and both can step back. Both can de-escalate and disengage from the region to reduce the tensions immediately. If they fail to achieve a resolution, then the talks are escalated to higher levels. Senior military commanders will get involved. Then government officials at the level of foreign secretary, defense secretary will get involved. Only then ministers or maybe prime minister will get involved. So such a hierarchy has been created through these boundary agreements that we signed in 1990s. The whole purpose is to ensure that small incursions and small clashes don't turn into a bigger conflict. Right? To avoid confusion, to avoid any suspicion, to avoid miscalculations, these arrangements are put in place. That don't carry heavy weapons, don't open fire against each other, and local commanders will talk to each other to find a solution, to quickly de-escalate and disengage. Only when they fail, only then it is escalated up the hierarchy and other higher officials get involved to quickly find a solution to the issue. But in the case of Doklam crisis, we saw the breakdown of these protocols. We saw that China was deliberately breaking these agreements, and instead of disengaging and reaching out for talks with India, it was carrying out mobilization of troops. From Tibet, it was bringing in more additional troops to Doklam region. And this got India worried. So India had to retaliate, India had to respond, and India carried out a counter mobilization of troops. All the Indian armed forces were put on the highest possible alert, including our nuclear forces. The Indian Navy, Indian Air Force, and especially the Indian Army went into a high alert, and massive troop mobilization was carried out. Right? India moved missiles and fighter jets as well towards the northeast, and we were basically preparing for a potential war or conflict to break out. It was very similar to the recent Ladakh clashes that happened in 2020. So the tensions escalated for several weeks, and all the negotiations were failing. Talks between local commanders, senior military commanders, and top government officials, they were not giving any results. After several months of heightened tensions and military standoff, finally, the Prime Minister and the President had to directly intervene by holding the Wuhan informal summit. Because things were getting out of hand. All the protocols set up in 1990s had failed. And both sides had mobilized a large number of troops preparing for eventual war. The agreed negotiations had failed at the level of local and senior commanders and officials. So finally, to put an end to the crisis, Prime Minister Modi requested President Xi Jinping for a summit, for an informal summit, which was held at Wuhan in China. In this informal summit, both the leaders agreed to de-escalate and disengage from the standoff. Only then the crisis was resolved. Is that clear? So this was the Doklam crisis. Even though it's between Bhutan and China, India got directly involved because we have a responsibility to protect and defend Bhutan's territory. Plus, Doklam is strategically vital for India due to its proximity to Natula and Siliguri. So China's illegal road construction quickly escalated into clashes and tensions. And as China broke down the agreed protocols, as it didn't follow the previous agreements, it escalated the tensions, and finally it required the direct involvement of the leaders of the two countries. So Prime Minister Modi met with President Xi Jinping at Wuhan in an informal summit to discuss the crisis, and both the leaders worked out a de-escalation mechanism. So both sides de-escalated, disengaged, and removed the troops. And that is how the Doklam crisis was resolved. Is that clear? Now, there has been one very disturbing observation post Doklam crisis. There is a very, very disturbing development after the Doklam crisis was apparently resolved. India has noticed that China has actually strengthened its position at Doklam. Is that clear? China has actually strengthened its position near Doklam, which is actually Bhutan's territory. India has noticed that China has completed the road. It has built few settlements. It has brought more troops and equipment. Essentially, its military position has become stronger at Doklam, even after agreeing for a disengagement and de-escalation. Now, what does this tell us? It gives us insight into China's attitude, into China's aggressive behavior, how China breaks international rules, how it violates commitments. This strategy of China is known as the salami slicing technique. It's not just India which is suffering from China's behavior and its so-called salami slicing technique, but all the neighboring countries are feeling the same impact. China has used the same approach with neighbors like Vietnam, Mongolia. It's doing the same with India as well. What is salami slicing technique? Have you heard of salami? Salami is a meat cut. Just like you have ham, sausages, salami is a type of meat cut, right? You slice salami, you cut salami slice by slice, right? Just like you cut bread, one slice after the other, or you cut cheese, one slice after the other. Similarly, China grabs land. It grabs territory in a step-by-step manner, incremental manner. This is an incremental creeping annexation that China carries out. The name is a reference to the step-by-step incremental annexation of territory that China carries out with its neighboring countries. It's not an official name. Officially, there is nothing called salami slicing technique. This name has been coined by strategic experts, by media and think tanks. All right? So salami slicing technique of China refers to this Chinese aggressive strategy where it deliberately carries out incursions. It's not by accident. It deliberately plans an incursion. That's the first step in salami slicing technique. Second step, Because of the incursion, obviously there will be an escalation of tensions. Maybe even small clashes will take place. And China is prepared for this. It will deliberately carry out an incursion into other territories, into the territory of another country, right? In a disputed region, it will try to enter the area, build road or build a settlement. Obviously, the other troops will oppose, leading to clashes and escalation of tensions. Now, after this, China appears to take a step back. It appears to negotiate. It appears to settle and retreat, giving an impression that all of this was a mistake. It happened by accident. This is basically a delaying and time buying tactic. It's a distraction tactic. China deliberately causes an incursion, escalates the tensions through clashes, and then appears to negotiate. It shows the willingness that as if it's a responsible country, as if it's a very mature nation trying to negotiate and settle the dispute, right? It will work out a settlement as well. After prolonged talks and negotiations, just like you're seeing at Ladakh, it will work out a settlement after several months and weeks, right? The other country will think, oh, China is acting responsibly. They are talking to us. They are agreeing for a settlement. Maybe this happened by accident. But then you will notice after a year or two, China would have either annexed a part of the region or it would have strengthened its military position. That is the reality at the end of it. We have already seen this happen in Ladakh as well. Ladakh crisis is still ongoing. It started in 2020. 3 years later, the crisis is still happening, right? We will discuss Ladakh crisis in detail. Don't worry. We'll do that under India-China. But please understand that India has lost some territory again. In 2020, Chinese troops occupied part of Indian territory and China has strengthened its position again and refusing to give it back. This is the incremental creeping annexation it carries out. This step-by-step grabbing of land through this strategic approach is called the salami slicing technique of China. So India has noticed through satellite images and drone images that at Doklam, even after settling the dispute and agreeing to retreat and disengage, it has actually strengthened its military position by constructing the required facilities and infrastructure in Bhutan's territory. Very near to Bhutan's territory, China has built up its military position contrary to the commitments it had made. This is the aggressive approach and expansionist approach of China. Then, in 2020, as the Ladakh crisis was escalating, as Ladakh clashes had broken out between India and China, China deliberately created another problem in Bhutan. It raised a new dispute altogether. It suddenly claimed that a region known as Sakteng Wildlife Sanctuary in eastern Bhutan belongs to China. See, just now I told you that China and Bhutan have only 3 disputes: Doklam, Jakarlung and Pasamlung. This is what both countries have agreed to. Is that clear? In fact, there have been many negotiations on this, and China has always discussed only about Doklam, Jakarlung and Pasamlung. Now, all of a sudden, in 2020, it raised new claims over Sakteng Wildlife Sanctuary. Is that clear? This is again a pressure tactic. It has tried putting pressure on India-Bhutan relations. It was a tactic to further distract India as we were occupied with Ladakh crisis. It was a tactic to create a divide as well in India-Bhutan relations. Because even Bhutan will start thinking, why should we get involved, a small country, between India-China dispute? Right? If China is putting so much pressure on them, Bhutan might settle. It might move away from India like Nepal and try balancing China and India. Right? So that could be a strategy and tactic of China. So what China did was, in 2020, there was a global summit. The Global Environment Facility Summit was taking place. Right? It's an environmental mechanism, basically, of the UN. It's a funding mechanism that finances various environmental conventions. At this summit, the Global Environment Facility Conference, Bhutan was asking more funding for conservation efforts at Sakteng Sanctuary. But Chinese diplomats deliberately objected to it, and they suddenly said that Sakteng is disputed. It is Chinese territory. They said UN cannot fund. Global Environment Facility cannot provide funds to Sakteng Sanctuary because China said it is Chinese territory occupied by Bhutan. Now, this took India and Bhutan by shock, by surprise. This area was never mentioned by China before. So clearly, China was doing it deliberately. Right? Also, please notice, Sakteng is closer to Arunachal Pradesh and Tawang region, which has been an obsession for China. Tawang is also strategically vital. Right? It's part of Indian territory in Arunachal Pradesh. But China keeps calling Arunachal Pradesh as South Tibet. It claims whole of Arunachal Pradesh, and especially China is obsessed with Tawang. Tawang is strategically vital. It gives access to Northeast India. And there's an important Buddhist monastery at Tawang, which is crucial in Tibet's politics. Is that clear? So China has always kept an eye on Tawang, and it has put pressure on India towards Arunachal region. So maybe that is also a reason why China was putting this pressure by raising a new dispute, altogether new dispute called the Sakteng dispute with Bhutan. After that, we haven't heard of it. China has become silent on this, clearly showing that it was a pressure tactic. It was a strategy to put pressure on Bhutan and distract India when the Ladakh crisis was taking place. Now, let me tell you about the boundary negotiations, the last point here. To resolve this boundary dispute, since 1984, India had facilitated boundary talks between the two countries. And till now, 24 rounds of negotiations have been held. All right? From 1984 till 2016. That is, until Doklam crisis happened. Until then, boundary talks were regularly being held between China and Bhutan. Remember, I told you, China and Bhutan have no diplomatic relations. They do not have official ties. Bhutan has no embassy in China. China has no embassy in Bhutan. All right? They meet at other neutral locations. And these talks were facilitated by India, as India was guiding Bhutan in its foreign policy until 2007. Essentially, under India's supervision, these boundary talks were taking place. So from 1984 till 2016, 24 rounds of negotiations have been held. Is that clear? Recently, both countries have set up an expert meeting group, and just few days back, they have set up a boundary delimitation group. They have set up a boundary delimitation group. Through these arrangements, regular talks are taking place between China and Bhutan, and they've agreed to fast track the resolution and settlement of this boundary dispute. Now, that is why the topic becomes even more important. In the last 12 to 15 months, many rounds of expert meeting group has been held. Recently, they have set up a new delimitation group, and these meetings also have started. And they are planning to hold the 25th round of border negotiations, which was stopped after 2016. So China is hoping that it will quickly resolve the issue and settle the boundary dispute with Bhutan. Now, this becomes a point of concern for India. This obviously becomes a point of concern for India. Let me explain what is our concern. India's concern is a proposed solution by China. In 1990s, when the border talks were taking place, guess what China had proposed? China proposed that give Doklam to us. Give Doklam, and in return, you take other two locations. You take Jakarlung and Pasamlung. We don't care about it. In fact, that is the honest reality. China does not care about Jakarlung and Pasamlung, to be honest. Right? It does not have much of strategic value. This is a negotiating tactic. China is using Jakarlung and Pasamlung for a bargain, for a possible exchange with Doklam. Why? Because China is obsessed with Doklam, given its strategic importance to India. Those who control Doklam will have an advantage near Nathula and Siliguri. Is that clear? So China has always proposed this exchange, which is unacceptable to India. It has proposed an exchange of territory. Now, that is why we closely monitor these border negotiations between China and Bhutan. For India, any such exchange is unacceptable. Now, this is where we do have some concerns. Because see, now Bhutan is independently running its own foreign policy. It's no longer guided by India like before. But until now, Bhutan has not done anything to upset India, to affect Indian interests. But China putting pressure is a concern. Right? Look at the new dispute, how it was raised. All of a sudden, the fourth dispute was raised at Sakteng Wildlife Sanctuary. This is a pressure tactic to put so much pressure on Bhutan so that it backs out. It moves out like Nepal and tries moving away from India, and it'll agree for a settlement. If that happens, then Bhutan might give up Doklam and accept Jakarlung and Pasamlung in return. So that would be a setback for India, as Doklam is strategically vital for India. So this is the complex geopolitics going on in this region with regard to the boundary dispute. India at any cost will not agree to this settlement. It will not allow this to happen. That's why we closely monitor the boundary negotiations, and thanks to Bhutan being a close, trusted friend, it keeps India in the loop. It has kept India updated of all the recent developments, even though it has no obligation to do that. Right? It has no obligation to report, but still it is informing India, keeping India in the loop. And very soon there might be a settlement. We don't know what will happen. There's no clarity because they have agreed to a three-step approach. And this is classified. In 2021, China, Bhutan signed an agreement called three-step approach. By following these three steps, they're trying to quickly resolve the dispute. So they have set up expert group meetings, boundary delimitation group meetings are taking place. They are planning to revive the 25th round of negotiations. So very soon, maybe in the next few months, or maybe by this year or next year, you might see a settlement of this boundary dispute. Now, India wants to ensure that there is no exchange of territory, that our interest at Doklam is not compromised. That is why the topic is very, very important. That's why I've spent so much time in explaining all the details regarding this topic. It's relevant for your prelims, for your mains. All right. So please understand whatever I've discussed, make a note and track current affairs. There will be reports and news coming regarding this. Please make a note because that will give you updates regarding the progress on the China-Bhutan border dispute. Is that clear? So we come to the last point here in this chapter. We've already discussed about the financial and economic relationship. But please note down why Bhutan has not joined BBIN project. Why Bhutan quit? Why did Bhutan quit BBIN? That is one important point here. Right? Rest we have already discussed. You don't have to remember these small projects. It's just for your additional information. We have discussed the budgetary support we have given, how we have financed their 5-year plans, how India has executed many infrastructure projects. Right? That is more than sufficient. Let's focus on BBIN. Yesterday, we studied the BBIN project in detail. I explained Bhutan was interested to join, but it quit at the last minute. I told you the reason. right? I'll explain the reason in the next class, that is today. So the reason why Bhutan quit at the last minute is because Bhutan's parliament rejected the idea. As per Bhutan's constitution, any such international project will have to be approved by the parliament. Government alone can't take a decision. So Bhutan's government was very interested to be a part of this motor vehicles agreement to improve connectivity between the four countries, which would improve the movement of goods. Even Bhutan would have benefited immensely. It would have gained sea access as well to the ports in Bangladesh and India. But at the last minute, Bhutan had to back out and quit because Bhutan's parliament rejected the proposal. Why? What's the reason? Because of its commitment to the Gross National Happiness Index, because of its commitment to the environment. Because if the motor vehicles agreement is signed, there will be hundreds and hundreds of trucks from Nepal, India, and Bangladesh that will enter Bhutan. That will cause a lot of pollution, release more emissions, which could damage Bhutan's sensitive environment and biodiversity. So on environmental grounds, on the grounds of pollution, which could become a major risk, Bhutan rejected this project. Is that clear? It's not that Bhutan didn't want to be a part of it. Bhutan is very interested even today. But Bhutan's parliament voted against it because there is a fear that increased connectivity and increased movement of trucks from India, Bangladesh, and Nepal will cause more pollution and emissions that will be damaging to its environment. It's on these grounds, on environmental grounds, that Bhutan's parliament has rejected the BBIN initiative. Coming to cultural relations, we have the Buddhist Circuit Initiative, which we discussed yesterday under India, Nepal. We are reviving the Buddhist tourist pilgrimage centers, improving tourist infrastructure to attract Buddhist pilgrims from all Asian countries, from Sri Lanka, from Myanmar, from Bhutan, from Japan, from China, from Southeast Asian countries, from South Korea. We want Buddhists to come to India from all these countries. And we are trying to project our Buddhist heritage, our Buddhist civilizational influence. We are actively using Buddhism in our diplomacy. We are using it as a civilizational cultural asset and promoting our Buddhist heritage through our foreign policy. This will create a positive image for India. It will give us influence in foreign countries. Right? Buddhism is widely popular in many Asian countries, from Vietnam to Japan, from China to Singapore, right? Even in our neighboring countries. So Bhutan is also one of the target countries of Buddhist Circuit Initiative. We are working with Nepal to revive all the pilgrimage sites from Lumbini to Bodh Gaya, Sarnath, Kushinagar. All these major Buddhist pilgrimage sites are being revived. We have built airports, better infrastructure, better tourist facilities to attract tourists from these countries. And we are promoting the Buddhist circuit as well in the other countries. So Bhutan is a focused country here that will bring the two countries closer culturally. We have several scholarship schemes to help their students, to provide them better education and training. We have one important initiative called the ITEC program. Please note down this point. ITEC program. It stands for Indian Technical and Economic Cooperation Program. This is another soft power initiative implemented by the Ministry of External Affairs. Through ITEC program, we basically provide training, scholarships, and capacity building programs to several developing countries and underdeveloped countries. Is that clear? It's a major program of the Ministry of External Affairs. It applies not just for Bhutan, it applies for many developing nations and underdeveloped nations. India provides scholarships. We provide a quota for many countries and we allow their students to come to India to study in Indian colleges and universities. right? We conduct training programs for them. We conduct capacity building programs for them. So many countries benefit from the ITEC program. It's a soft power initiative providing technical training, economic assistance, right? So the main focus here is to provide educational scholarships, training and capacity building programs for students in foreign countries. So students from several developing underdeveloped nations, they benefit from the ITEC program of Ministry of External Affairs. So Bhutan is also one of the beneficiaries of this program. All right. So this completes my detailed discussion of India-Bhutan relations. I've given you a conclusion, just a few points that can help you end your answer, give a way forward when you're ending the answer. So I expect you guys to go through this. Even yesterday, I gave you a small exercise to go through the way forward and conclusion for Nepal. Please go through these points as well, or you can add your own conclusion as well, right? You need not stick to this. This is just a idea. So based on what question is being asked, you can add your own way forward or conclusion to your answers. I'm just trying to encourage you guys to think on those lines. All right. So please go through this later. And this completes my detailed discussion of India Bhutan. Now let's take a short break, 15 minutes. We'll come back and I'll take all your doubts and questions before we start with the third module. So let's take a 15 minutes break. Right now it is 6:46. Let's come back by 7:01 p.m. All right, 7:01, 7:02. Let's come back and start. And I'll take all your questions and doubts on Bhutan and Nepal after the break. Hello everyone, welcome back to the session. Please note that tomorrow after the IR class, Sarmad sir will take a special session from 8:30 p.m. to explain why the recordings are available only for 7 days, right? I told you about the same in the last two classes as well. So if you have any further queries, any questions, if you need more clarity on this, please attend this session after tomorrow's class at 8:30 p.m. All right? Now, let me take all your questions or your doubts on Bhutan and also Nepal, and then we'll start with the next module. We'll focus on the other neighboring countries of India. The first question is from Vaishnav. India Nepal ties are heavily dependent on the party which is in power. How to manage this? See, this happens with any country. There will be some political parties which are favorable to us. There could be some political parties which are not favorable to us. There could be some parties which are hostile to us and favoring our rivals. This could happen in any country, not just Nepal. You will see the same dilemma in Bangladesh, in Sri Lanka as well. So it's very important to cultivate good relations with all the power holders, all the political stakeholders. But sometimes things are so complicated that only few parties in power will favor Indian interests. We have suffered in our region when anti-India governments have come up in our neighboring countries. Just like we saw in Nepal, you will see the same problem in Bangladesh and Sri Lanka as well. So how do you deal with it? The only approach is to cultivate better ties with all the major political players in a particular country. Those who are favorable to us, encourage them, give them more support, but you should not antagonize the other parties. You should try and build contacts with other parties as well, so that irrespective of who comes to power, they should be able to protect our major interests. But ideally, it doesn't happen, right? There is a lot of rivalry and competition. So maybe some governments favor China, some favor Pakistan. So that is the reality at the end of it. We have to deal with it. We have to protect our interests at any cost. So yes, when such governments come up in our neighboring countries, it does affect our interests. And India tries to deal with it by building better relations or by balancing our ties with all the major political powers in that country. Next, Vivek is asking, sir, India also should put pressure on China by claiming Chinese territory as our part. See, yes, India can do that. India can also carry out deliberate incursions, try and capture Chinese territory, try to retaliate against China. Correct. Theoretically speaking, on paper, we can do that. But in reality, are we in a position to escalate tensions with China? See, whether you like it or not, the established fact is that China is a superior power to India. India is also a formidable power, right? We are a top economy today. We have a very formidable military. We are a nuclear state, no doubt. But China is much more superior to India. It has a vastly superior military. Its economy is many, many more times larger than India, right? Keeping those factors into account, India would not like to instigate China or any country for that matter. Historically, we have never instigated anyone, right? Going forward as well, we don't seek to instigate, especially with China. We seek cordial, decent, friendly relations. But if China pokes India, then India will retaliate. We will counter, we will retaliate, but we will not be the instigator, because are we ready for the consequences? As Vivek has suggested, we can also try to claim and capture Chinese territory. If we do that, are you prepared for what China is going to do next? With China's superior military and economic strength, it can deliver more damage to India than what damage India can do to China. So, in the real world of geopolitics, such approaches may not work all the time. It's easy to sit in a classroom and say we should occupy Chinese territory, we should occupy Pakistan occupied Kashmir. But things are not so easy unless you're prepared to risk a full-fledged war or conflict. You can't make such statements. Also, India's policy is not to instigate other countries. It doesn't serve our larger purpose, right? But if someone is affecting our sovereignty, then India will retaliate. With any possible measure, India will retaliate. Today, India also is a formidable power. It has enough resources to strike back as well, right? But that is only for a worst case scenario. Diplomacy is meant to prevent wars. War is a worst case scenario. War is devastating for everyone. Look at the Russia-Ukraine conflict, right? It's not easy to go to a war. It's easy to sit in a class and suggest these things. But in reality, things are not so simple. There will be a huge economic cost and human cost because of such aggressive policies, right? In the Russia-Ukraine war, if things should have gone ideally, then Russia should have by now defeated Ukraine, right? But that has not happened. Even though Russia is a superior power, Ukraine has fought back and Ukraine has offered a very strong resistance. So you can't predict how conflicts actually progress. There are no winners in a conflict. Both sides will take a hit. Their economy, their society takes a huge hit. So keeping those factors in mind, you should know that war is a last option. Diplomacy is meant to prevent wars. If a war happens, it means your diplomacy has failed. Is that clear? So India is not an instigator. We are not in the business of capturing territories or instigating other countries. Definitely not China, given that it's a vastly superior power to India. Sakshi is asking, how can China come in Bhutan and start building roads? Doesn't Bhutan government know about this? See, these are border areas. Of course, there will be surveillance from both Indian side and Bhutanese side. But if China is deliberately crossing over and trying to build a illegal road, right, what you can do is try and prevent it. That's exactly what Indian troops did along with Bhutanese troops. So in border areas, such incursions might happen, especially in disputed areas. Because in a disputed border, both sides will have a different perception of the border. According to China, the border is somewhere else. According to India, the border is somewhere else. That is where troops cross over to each other's side. That is where incursions happen. Correct? Of course, there will be effective surveillance. But again, it might be impossible to maintain surveillance throughout the boundary. Right? So the moment we detected the incursion, immediately India, along with Bhutan, opposed the road construction. That is what led to the Doklam crisis. Mithun is asking, does that mean China is still present at Doklam even today? China has strengthened its military position nearby Doklam, right at the disputed border site, which is part of Bhutan's territory. In that location, China has strengthened its military position. That is what satellite images are showing. Pushpendra is asking why international organizations don't come to help us against China claiming territory. That's because international organizations are pretty much useless. If you're referring to United Nations, the UN is a very ineffective body, right? We'll keep discussing this in every chapter. Later, we'll discuss UN and UN reforms. I'll explain how UN has become ineffective. Now, if you're saying that international organizations like UN should intervene, please don't forget, China itself is a permanent member of the UN, right? If any such UN intervention has to be done, if UN has to put pressure on such aggressive countries, the decision has to be approved by the P5. And China itself is a P5 country with the veto power. Even if US, UK, France, or Russia bring a resolution to support India and put pressure on China, China will defeat the resolution because it has the veto as a permanent member. So UN and several international organizations, they are ineffective. The current global multilateral order that we have, they are very ineffective, especially against powerful countries, against major issues. That's why WHO mismanaged the COVID-19 pandemic. That's why UN can never provide an effective solution for any war or any conflict. Be it Afghanistan, be it Russia-Ukraine war, be it the Kashmir issue. UN has never been effective in providing a fair, unbiased solution because the UN itself has become politicized by the 5 permanent members. The big powers, not just the P5, all the big powers, they have politicized the UN. They're using UN and other bodies to play their own geopolitics. Is that clear? So that is the problem with international organizations. So they can never be effective in bilateral issues. And also remember, India does not encourage any third party involvement in our bilateral disputes. In our dispute with Pakistan, especially, we don't encourage any kind of third party involvement. We want the Kashmir dispute to be settled just between India and Pakistan. We don't want UN or US or China to intervene in the Kashmir dispute. With regard to China, there definitely, yes, we'll look for outside support, as China is a much superior power and China is the one which is being aggressive. China is the one breaking international rules, threatening our sovereignty. So if the time comes, right, when there is a credible threat to our sovereignty from China, India will approach for help from friendly countries and from major global organizations, because that diplomatic pressure can push China back. It might help in pushing China back. Karthik is asking about China's new standard map that has been published a few days back, which shows Indian territory as part of their territory. We'll discuss this under India-China. That's for India-China chapter, not for Nepal and Bhutan. We will discuss the boundary dispute in detail. All right. I've just given you a small insight because Doklam issue is related to India as well. We discuss the Doklam dispute here because it's Bhutan's territory. It's Bhutan's dispute with China. We will come to India-China boundary dispute. There we will discuss all these topics. Please hold on till then. Abhijit is asking, does India provide air security to Bhutan? Not necessarily. Primarily, we provide ground support. The Indian Army plays a role in securing Bhutan's borders, but as of now, we have never thought of protecting Bhutan's airspace. But if the time comes, let's say in a worst case scenario where China might invade Bhutan, in a hypothetical scenario, maybe there, if Indian interests are threatened, India might consider a air support as well. But as of now, the military support we provide is largely ground support to defend Bhutan's borders, land borders. Please give us mains practice questions on the topic studied. Pratyaksh is asking. See, I am mentioning the topics, right, where mains questions can come from. So it's not so difficult to frame a question based on that. And don't worry, I will discuss previous questions as well. After we complete few chapters, we'll look at some previous year questions. So that will also help you in writing answers, in practicing answer writing. Is that clear? So if needed, I can dictate maybe one or two questions here and there. You can make a note and you can try to practice answer writing. Vaishna is asking, what are the core reasons that set India-Bhutan relations a cut above the rest? As we discussed, historically, India-Bhutan have been very close, right? The people of India, people of Bhutan, they are historically connected. Our civilizations are linked. Buddhism is a common connect. And post-independence as well, India has always respected Bhutan's monarchy, its political and economic system. And Bhutan has never affected our security and strategic interests. So that is the reason why the trust has built from the beginning, right? From the days of Prime Minister Nehru, that close bond has been built. The trust-based relationship has been built. We've always helped Bhutan in every possible manner. We financed their budget. We gave them funds and technical support for infrastructure projects. Even recently, during the pandemic, we supplied medicines and essential items to fight the pandemic. We supplied vaccines, free vaccines to Bhutan as well, as part of vaccine Maitri or vaccine diplomacy. So India has always been there for Bhutan whenever it has faced distress. Similarly, Bhutan has always supported India. So it's like two good friends who share a trust-based relationship. That's why this relationship is a model relationship. It is a cut above the rest. Last question. Vaishna is asking why India has not agreed to revise 1950 treaty with Nepal, unlike the one with Bhutan. Because see, Nepal has created problems for India as well. Be it the boundary dispute, which we discussed yesterday, be it how Nepal has often been in favor of China, right? How it has acted against Indian interests. So we have a complicated relationship with Nepal, right? So that's one reason why India has not easily agreed to revise and update the 1950 treaty. One verbal promise was made by Prime Minister Modi. He visited Nepal in 2014 when he became the Prime Minister. He addressed Nepal's parliament. So there a verbal commitment was made by Prime Minister Modi that we are willing to renegotiate the 1950 treaty and upgrade it. But we haven't acted on it because Nepal has been creating issues and problems for India, right? Especially when leaders like KP Oli were there. Nepal has been problematic, favoring China against India. So that is a prime reason why India has not shown willingness to negotiate and upgrade the 1950 treaty. I'm looking at the open section as well to see if there are any good questions. Sharat is asking, please guide on how to write answers. I'll do that. We'll discuss previous questions, right? Let's finish some chapters and then we'll discuss previous questions. There I'll give you an idea on how to start answer writing, how to go about answer writing. Dhanraj is asking, should we draw maps in the exam? If possible, yes. Wherever necessary, right? If you can draw a rough map, let's say there is a question on Doklam issue or India-China boundary issue. So in such questions, if you can draw a rough map and explain based on the location, it's always an added point. It's a value addition to your answer. Santosh is asking, is Indian rupee exchangeable in Bhutan? No, not really. You have to convert the Indian currency into Bhutan's currency. Abhinash is asking, why can't we close the open border system with Nepal? Sir gave important points yesterday, but I missed it. See, I told you that the open borders with Nepal cannot be closed, cannot be ended because of the security issues. Because open border system is what defines India-Nepal relationship. What is the most important aspect of the relationship with Nepal? It is the cultural relationship, the close people-to-people relations. Tomorrow, if you end the open border system because of security issues, it will affect the people of both India and Nepal. It will affect trade between the two countries. It will affect the Madhesi people. It will affect the families in UP and Bihar, right, who have familial relations with the Madhesis in the Terai region. It will affect pilgrimage of Hindus and Buddhists between the two countries. It will affect tourists traveling between two countries. So keeping the larger picture in mind, keeping the bigger picture in mind, open border system has been continued because that is the very foundation of India-Nepal relations. Security issues can be dealt with by improving border security and border management. You can deal with the security threats. But just because there are security problems, if you close the open border system, that will undermine India-Nepal relations. Is that clear? All right. I've tried answering as many questions as possible, almost for 15 to 19 minutes. So now let's move on and let's proceed with the next module. Now we have completed the Himalayan neighbors of India in South Asia. So I'll be shifting my attention to the eastern neighbors of India. Let's focus to the east of India. We just focused on Himalayan belt. Now let's turn our attention towards the east. And which are the neighboring countries in the east? Bangladesh and Myanmar. All right. So these are the next two countries that we are going to discuss. India-Bangladesh relationship is honestly one of the most important relationships in our neighborhood. If you ask me, amongst all the neighbors, which country is the most important for India? Right? Hypothetically, if I have to choose one country, I would say Bangladesh is the most important country. See, of course, you can't make such a choice. All countries are equally important. All neighbors play an important role. But just for the sake of it, just for the sake of argument, Let's say a student asks me which neighbor is most important to India. I would say Bangladesh is the most important neighbor. And there are many reasons for that. All right. So in this chapter, we will thoroughly understand the importance of Bangladesh to India, why our relations with Bangladesh is so important. We will discuss the history of this relationship. There is a very interesting, exciting background to India-Bangladesh relations. We'll discuss the location of Bangladesh. We'll understand the various aspects of the relationship, right? What role India played in the independence of Bangladesh, right? Bangladesh got liberated in 1971, and India played a direct role in its liberation from Pakistan. We'll study this in detail. We'll discuss how India and Bangladesh have cooperated in various sectors. We'll talk about various issues that have affected and derailed India-Bangladesh relations. We'll talk about the security issues, the border issues. We shall discuss many important areas of cooperation, and we'll talk about the current state of relations, including some important projects between the two countries. Is that clear? So this is going to be a very, very important discussion and a big discussion as well. We will need a good 2.5, maybe 2.5 hours to complete this chapter. So let's begin by focusing on the geography of the region. In the first class, I told you what is geopolitics. Geopolitics is all about geography of a region and how it influences the politics of the region. To become good in international relations, you have to be good in geography. You have to be good in history as well. Is that clear? That is why in every chapter, I'm paying attention to the geography of the place. I'm showing you maps and discussing the history and background as well. Is that clear? That is what gives you a comprehensive understanding. If you have to understand the current state of relations, you can't do that without understanding the geography and history of the place. Because in geopolitics, geography plays a critical role. Physical geography and human geography of a place defines the politics and international relations of that place. Now, if you look at this map, you will notice that Bangladesh is located in a strategic location, just like Nepal and Bhutan. The location of Bangladesh is vital for India because it is sandwiched between Northeast India and the rest of India. If you look at the map and observe carefully, you will notice how Bangladesh is present right in between the Northeast region and the rest of India. Clear? It borders the Siliguri corridor, which is a choke point for India. It is the chicken's neck of India. Bangladesh and India share many transboundary rivers. We share multiple transboundary rivers. There are at least 54 rivers shared between India and Bangladesh. That's a very big number of rivers that we share. Obviously, when you're sharing so many rivers, there will be disputes with regard to water sharing and water management. Do you agree? When there are so many transboundary rivers, obviously there will be issues related to water sharing and water management, right? So, because of the high number of transboundary rivers we have, Bangladesh becomes very crucial for India. For example, the Ganga, the Brahmaputra, the Barak River, the Feni River, the Teesta River, all these are major rivers shared between India and Bangladesh. The Ganga River flows down from here and enters Bangladesh. Brahmaputra flows down from the northeast and flows into Bangladesh. You have Teesta coming from Sikkim and West Bengal, Barak and Feni coming from northeast India. Right? So there are multiple transboundary rivers. Please look at this map. The Ganga becomes the Padma after entering Bangladesh. All right? You have Teesta flowing down from Sikkim, West Bengal through Siliguri and enters Bangladesh. You have Brahmaputra that becomes the Jamuna. In Bangladesh, Brahmaputra is known as the Jamuna, just like Ganga is known as the Padma. From northeast India, you have Barak and Feni, major rivers flowing from northeast India. Eventually, they all merge. All these rivers merge to form one major river system called the Meghna River, which drains into Bay of Bengal. This is a shared resource. Is that clear? We also share important ecosystems like the Sundarbans. As you know, Sundarbans is a tiger reserve, a national park, a Ramsar wetland, a UNESCO World Heritage Site, a biosphere reserve. It's a critical resource that we share. It's a key ecosystem, right? Sundarbans is known for the Bengal tiger and the mangrove forests. Sundarbans is very vulnerable to the impact of climate change. In fact, southern Bangladesh, the whole delta region, this river delta, the river delta of Meghna, it's a very fertile region. It's densely populated as well. But problem is that it's a low-lying region. It is very, very vulnerable to coastal flooding, to rising sea levels. So this again becomes a common issue, right? The whole delta here, all the rivers that eventually merge to Meghna and drain into Bay of Bengal, they form a deltaic plain, a very fertile plain where agriculture is carried out, right? Bangladesh grows many important crops, from paddy to jute, and several other important crops are cultivated. This region here in southern Bangladesh towards Bay of Bengal is densely populated. All right. So this low-lying region is very vulnerable to coastal flooding. It's vulnerable to rising sea levels, vulnerable to cyclones, which form frequently in Bay of Bengal. So Bangladesh is very badly affected by disasters and climate change. So this becomes a common area of concern, right? This impacts India. Cyclones, for example, in Bay of Bengal affects both India and Bangladesh. Any impact on Sundarbans, on these river systems, will affect India as well. So both countries have to collaborate. They have to work together. Similarly, with regard to connectivity, Bangladesh is vital to link India with the northeast region, to link the rest of the country with northeast India in order to bypass the Siliguri corridor. Since Bangladesh is sandwiched between northeast India and rest of India, if Bangladesh gives us transit access, if it allows us to connect our roads, connect our railway lines, connect our inland waterways, this will improve connectivity. It will give us an alternate route to connect with northeast India. You would have studied about national waterways in economy or in current affairs, right? On Ganga, Brahmaputra, Barak, India has built national waterways where we have inland navigation. So if we can connect our waterways with the rivers of Bangladesh, we can directly transport goods and people via Bangladesh into northeast region. We can reduce our dependency on the Siliguri. If we can connect our road and rail network, we can establish alternate connectivity to Assam, Meghalaya, then Mizoram and Tripura. Right? If Siliguri is a weak point for India, we can open alternate routes by connecting our roadways, railway lines, and inland navigation routes. This will benefit the economy and serves a strategic purpose as it reduces our dependency on the Siliguri. See, one reason why northeast region has been neglected, why it has suffered from lack of growth and lack of infrastructure, is the challenges in moving goods and equipment via Siliguri corridor. If you guys have ever been to Northeast India, if you have been to Darjeeling, let's say, or Brahmaputra Valley here, you would have noticed the geography, the difficult terrain. There are many rivers flowing through. You have mountainous terrain, forested areas. So it's very difficult to carry heavy equipment and goods. That's one reason why Northeast region has been neglected and left behind, and it has been difficult to create large infrastructure in the Northeast. So Bangladesh giving us transit access is critical to develop the Northeast, provide better growth, and even to tackle insurgency in the Northeast region. Because Bangladesh has become a safe haven for terrorist groups and insurgent organizations. In the past, Bangladesh has been used by terrorists, by Northeast insurgent groups, right? These groups have been supported by our rivals, Pakistan and China. They have waged a secret war against India, a covert proxy war against India, by using Bangladesh territory to create a safe sanctuary for terrorists and insurgents. Multiple Northeast insurgent groups had a safe sanctuary in Bangladesh. We had hostile governments in Bangladesh as well, which were working with Pakistan and China to support these insurgents, supplying weapons to them, giving funds, giving shelter. And as a result, Northeast India has been destabilized. So from a security point of view, Bangladesh is critical to destroy the safe sanctuary present for these terror groups and insurgent groups. The border has been very challenging for India. There are many security threats along the border, which we are going to discuss later. There are many border security threats for India along the India-Bangladesh border. So we need the cooperation of Bangladesh to contain the threats, to manage this important border. And please remember, this is the longest land boundary of India. The India-Bangladesh border is the longest land boundary. It's approximately 4,096 kilometers. Amongst all the neighboring countries, even compared to our border with China or Pakistan, this is the longest land boundary of India, right? So from West Bengal to Assam, Meghalaya, Tripura, Mizoram, all these states are the border states, and we share a very long boundary, which is around 4,096 kilometers in length. There are many challenges to border management. It's a very difficult area. The geography, the terrain is very complex, and there are multiple border security threats, apart from the presence of terrorists and insurgents. So from a security point of view, especially with regard to the security of Northeast, Bangladesh is crucial to deal with these security problems. It is important for connectivity. It is important for managing our shared resources like transboundary rivers, our shared ecosystems. It is critical for economic cooperation as well. Today, Bangladesh is a fast-growing economy. It has registered tremendous growth in the last 15 years. And very soon, it is becoming a developing country. From a least developed country, or LDC, it is being designated as a developing country very soon. It's in the process of becoming a developing nation from a least developed country. It has a fast-growing economy, and India, Bangladesh have a lot of dependency on each other, right? There's a lot of trade between them. In fact, it's one of the biggest trading relationships in the region. So due to all these reasons, India-Bangladesh relationship becomes the most important relationship in South Asia. Is that clear? So geographically, economically, politically, and also from the security viewpoint, Bangladesh is a very, very important neighbor for us. Understood? Now let us talk about the background. Let's understand the historical background here. This itself is a very big topic. We have to understand how this region transitioned from East Pakistan to Bangladesh. This region that we are talking about it has seen many changes geographically and politically in the last century. It was part of British India. It was British Indian territory. Then it became East Pakistan following independence. Essentially, it was Pakistani territory. And then the region was liberated, which gave birth to present day Bangladesh. So there have been two changes that have happened from British India to Pakistan, Pakistan to Bangladesh. So we need to understand this background and what role India played in the liberation of Bangladesh in 1971. This is a crucial topic for your mains. UPSC might ask you to examine India's role in the liberation of Bangladesh War of 1971. Is that clear? So let's focus on the historical background and then we'll come to the various issues in the relationship and focus on present day relations. See, under British rule, this region, of course, was part of British India itself. It was part of the Bengal province. As you have studied in modern history, the Bengal province was a nerve center of the Indian economy. It was a nerve center of our national movement. It was also the nerve center of India's society and culture. Is that clear? Even since medieval times, Bengal has been a very progressive region. It's been a region that has produced thinkers, scientists, writers, poets, right, mathematicians, and even the top freedom leaders, freedom struggle leaders of India. Many of them have emerged from the Bengal region. Now, this is a region which has a very strong cultural identity. There is a strong religious identity, a strong linguistic identity. Is that clear? The Bengal region has been home to both Hindus and Muslims. It has been home to both Hindus and Muslims. But apart from the religious identity, the linguistic cultural identity of the region has been very, very strong. That is the Bengali identity. They share similar culture. Even today, the food, festivals, right, and the traditions are very similar. If you look at West Bengal and parts of Assam and compare that with Bangladesh. Take, for example, how fish is a critical part of the Bengali cuisine, the Bengali diet. Have you heard of a fish called Hilsa fish? It's a very tasty fish, very popular. It's integral to the staple diet of Bengalis. So from West Bengal to parts of Odisha, Assam to Bangladesh, across this region, Hilsa fish is very popular. What I'm trying to say is that the people of the region have shared a history, a culture, right? And what has bound them together is their Bengali identity, even more than their religious identity. In this region, people often identify themselves as Bengalis first, than identifying themselves as Hindus or Muslims. Right? You have Bengali Hindus as well, Bengali Muslims as well. So if you look at the language, right, Bengali language is predominant. Of course, you have Urdu as well. There is a strong Islamic identity, a strong Hindu identity as well. There are other minority religions, including Buddhists, Christians, etc. But one identity which is extremely strong and dominant is the Bengali regional identity. Right? Most of the people here, they associate themselves with the culture, the customs of the Bengali people. Right? This is an age-old culture and tradition that exists in the region. So in the Bengal province, historically, we have seen communal harmony being present. If you go back in time and look at medieval history, right, even during Mughal rule, even during few other empires and kingdoms in this region which have ruled over this region, there has been a high degree of communal harmony between communities, particularly between Hindus and Muslims. Because what bound the people here was the Bengali identity. The Bengali linguistic cultural identity has been a binding factor, which has even suppressed the communal identity in the region. But this communal harmony was disrupted by the British. As I told you in the first class, colonial policies, especially the policy of divide and rule, has had a huge impact on India. It has had a huge impact on South Asia. The British deliberately cultivated communal sentiments. They polarized the region as part of their divide and rule policy in order to weaken the Bengal province. Now, why would they do that? It's because Bengal was the nerve center of our freedom struggle. It was the nerve center of the economy and the politics of the country and the society and culture of the nation. Especially after 1857, after the first war of Indian independence, the British aggressively implemented the divide and rule policy to divide the society on ethnic lines, religious lines, and linguistic lines. The biggest divide of India has been the communal divide. Even though by and large Indian subcontinent had seen communal harmony, right? Locally at some pockets there would always be communal tensions between extremists on both the sides, right? So these communal divisions were exploited by the British, particularly in Bengal. The first disastrous policy of the British, which increased resentment, which caused more communal polarization in the region, was the deliberate favoring of certain elite Muslims in administrative postings. In the late 1800s, what the British did was to divide Hindus and Muslims on religious lines and to widen the communal divide. They would deliberately appoint some elite Muslims into key administrative positions while denying the jobs to Hindus. Similarly, they would prop up Hindus as well to undermine the Muslims. This was a strategy of playing one community against the other to drive radical extremist tendencies on both the sides. The outcome of this was the partition of Bengal in 1905 under Lord Curzon. By early 1900s, strong communal sentiments had taken root in Bengal. Because of 30, 40 years of communal policies of divide and rule, resentment had increased between Hindus and Muslims in general, and the extremist elements were leading this division or this polarization in Bengal. In 1905, the British partitioned Bengal, right? They said Bengal province is too large to administer because it included today's West Bengal, parts of Assam, and today's Bangladesh. But this was an excuse. Saying that it's too large to administer and we are breaking it up for administrative reasons was simply an excuse. Their real intention was to divide the Bengal region on religious lines. Because if you look at the concentration of Hindus and Muslims, right? Hindu population, Bengali Hindus were more concentrated towards Western Bengal, whereas Muslims were largely concentrated in the Eastern Bengal region. The partition of Bengal was a deliberate communal policy of the British to drive a divide further between the two communities. Of course, later the policy was reversed, but by then the impact had been cemented. The communal division had been cemented. That's why many historians, they say that if India was partitioned in 1947 into India and Pakistan, the seed, the idea was laid in 1905 by partitioning Bengal on religious lines. Because the partition of India and Pakistan was a communal partition, right? The British ensured the communal partition by encouraging communal elements on both the sides, by backing extremist elements. They gave complete support to organizations like Muslim League and leaders like Muhammad Ali Jinnah, pushing the idea of a separate country for Muslims known as Pakistan. They would back radical Hindutva extremists as well, including support to organizations like Hindu Mahasabha to try and push India to become a Hindu country, right? Thanks to our forefathers, our freedom fighters, India took the secular path, right? Or else India's future would have been completely different. So in Bengal, By driving support to these extremist factions and elements, they had strongly cemented the communal sentiments that led to massive riots throughout 1930s and 1940s. You might have read about Direct Action Day riots following the elections of 1945, 1946. This was before the partition. There were massive communal riots in Bengal, right? Which was a result of decades of communal polarization that the British had carried out. So the communal harmony that had existed for centuries had been broken by the British policy of divide and rule. Communal polarization had devastated the region, and it eventually paved the path for partition of India as well. Right? When India-Pakistan gained independence, it was a partition of Bengal and Punjab, the two major provinces. They were partitioned and divided to create India and Pakistan. So this background is very critical to understand India-Pakistan and India-Bangladesh relations. So following India's independence, today's Bangladesh was set up as Pakistani territory known as East Pakistan. Is that clear? If Punjab was divided and if this became West Pakistan, the part of Punjab that fell into Pakistan became West Pakistan. The part of Bengal that fell into Pakistan became East Pakistan. So essentially, India was dealing with two Pakistans on both the sides, West and East Pakistan, part of one same country. So by then, communal polarization had its impact. During partition, there was large-scale migration, a refugee crisis, right? Large-scale riots where these extremists were killing each other, right? Between Hindus, Muslims, and Sikhs. There was large-scale communal violence towards Punjab, towards the west. Large-scale communal violence towards the east as well. It was a complete human tragedy perpetuated by the British by encouraging communal elements, extremist elements on all the sides. So following independence and partition, India was hoping to focus on growth and development, to cement and unify the country, whereas Pakistan was busy in taking a completely different path. There is a fundamental difference between India and Pakistan, right, that has defined the geopolitics of South Asia. As I told you, the Muslim League and Jinnah, which cemented the idea of Pakistan, a separate country for Muslims, right, they were always driven by the communal mindset. From the beginning, Pakistan became a theological state. It adopted a rigid version of Islam as state religion. It started persecuting religious minorities. The problem here is not with religion. It's with political elements and radical elements who misuse religion and give it a wrong interpretation, right? For that matter, you find such radical extremist policies in almost every faith, in every religion, right? Even in the most peaceful religion, Buddhism, you have a strand of extremism. This is a disclaimer I want to issue before I get into other topics. Starting from here, we will be getting into some very sensitive, controversial topics. I have to discuss them. I have to talk about some important topics. As I told you in the first class, I'll be unbiased, right? We will not show any religious affiliations here. We will not show any political affiliations. We'll discuss everything based on facts. I expect the same mature behavior from your side as well. Because we live in very interesting times where academic discussions have become very problematic. That shouldn't happen in an academic environment, right? A classroom environment should be a place of learning where we discuss all thoughts, opinions from all the sides and counter each other with facts, right? So when it comes to religious extremism, let me tell you that the problem does not lie with any particular religion, right? In every religion, I can give you examples. There are strands of extremism, be it Christianity, be it Islam, be it Buddhism, Sikhism, Hinduism. You name any religion, there is a strand of extremism. The problem is not with religion itself. It's with political elements, extremist radical elements who misuse their religion, give it a wrong interpretation for their political reasons. Is that clear? In Judaism, you have a strand of ultra-conservative Jews, right, who adopt extremely radical policies. In Islam, you have extremists. In Buddhism, in Hinduism, in Christianity, in Sikhism, in every faith, there are extremists. These are elements who are misusing their religion for political reasons. Right? So you can't pinpoint the blame towards religion. Is that clear? Please be very clear about this. We will come to Myanmar. We will come to Sri Lanka. You will see what radical Buddhists have done in Myanmar and Sri Lanka. That's why I'm telling you, religion has nothing to do with extremism. No religion promotes such extremist ideas, right? Every religion has its own beautiful interpretation. Whether you believe it in it or not, that's a different matter altogether. But these extremist radical elements, political elements, they misuse faith. You can see this in Christianity as well, in Hinduism as well, in Islam as well, right? So in the case of Pakistan, leaders like Jinnah, the initial leaders of Pakistan, groups like Muslim League, they pushed the country to become a theological state, an autocratic state from the very beginning. The idea of Pakistan was rooted in a communal idea, creating an exclusive country for a religion, that to a rigid version of religion, which is misinterpreted version of it. So Pakistan would start discriminating on or against its religious minorities. It would recognize only a rigid strand of Islam as its official state religion and start targeting minorities like Buddhists, Sikhs, Hindus, Christians, and even other Muslims who wouldn't subscribe to the rigid version of the state religion. So Shias, Hazaras, and even Sunnis who don't follow the rigid strand of Islam, they would be targeted and oppressed in Pakistan. From the beginning, Pakistan was becoming a failed state. Now, this is where India set itself apart. Thanks to the vision of our founding fathers, thanks to the inherent secularism of Indian tradition, Indian civilization, right? India has tolerated different faiths, different ideas and cultures. We have assimilated different cultures, and that is what makes India a diverse land. And that is our biggest strength and our biggest weakness as well. So from the beginning, the Indian leadership was very, very clear that India will be a secular nation. Even before the constitution was drafted, even before the word secularism was added, inherently India was a secular country where every citizen would have equal rights, irrespective of their religion. Understanding this fundamental difference between India and Pakistan is crucial for this chapter on Bangladesh and also the upcoming chapter on Pakistan. There is a fundamental difference in the idea of India and the idea of Pakistan. Pakistan is a failed country today. It's become a rogue state. It's involved in terrorism, spreading radicalism and extremism, affecting its own people, right? Whereas India has become a thriving power, one of the top global economies and a top formidable military power as well. The stark difference between India and Pakistan is primarily because Pakistan became a theological state, started targeting minorities and other communities, whereas India became a secular nation upholding democratic principles. Is that clear? So when Pakistan was created, in West Pakistan, that is in the Punjab region, the Punjabis were the elites as far as Pakistani society and politics were concerned. I want you to understand the internal divisions of Pakistan, right? On one hand, there was communal oppression, where religious minorities were being targeted as Pakistan became a theological state. It adopted a rigid version of Islam, right? And started targeting Muslims, Hindus, Christians, and every other religion who wouldn't subscribe to this rigid strand of Islam. On the other hand, the Punjabi elite from the Punjab region, they have been the dominant class in Pakistan. Even today, right? If you look at Pakistan, if you look at all the regions of Pakistan, like Balochistan, then Sindh, Punjab, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, and POK, Pakistan Occupied Kashmir, right? That is Indian territory, which Pakistan has illegally occupied. Across all these territories, the most influential group has to be the Punjabis, the Punjabi Muslims. Basically, they speak the Punjabi language and associate themselves with Punjabi culture. So it could be Punjabi Muslims, Punjabi Hindus, Punjabi Sikhs. In Pakistan, even today, if you look at their politics, their army, the ISI, right? Even if you look at their cricket team, look at their businessmen as well, all the top dominant elements and players, they come from the Punjab region. The Punjabis have been influential, rich, powerful from the beginning. Whereas in East Pakistan, it was the Bengalis who were dominant. So as soon as Pakistan was created, two major problems began. The first problem was where religious minorities were targeted. As I told you, Pakistan adopted a rigid strand of religion as state religion, official religion, started encouraging radical extremist elements, and started targeting religious minorities. On the other hand, the Punjabi elite tried to dominate over other communities and groups, particularly against Bengalis in the east. Is that clear? These were two major divisions in Pakistan. One was a communal division where radical religion being supported by the state led to targeting of religious minorities. Second was more of a cultural ethnic division where the Punjabi elite who dominated the government, the army and the politics, they tried dominating and oppressing all other communities, especially Bengalis from East Pakistan. And this is where trouble began for Pakistan. From 1947 to 1971, there was a systematic oppression of the Bengalis by the Punjabi elite. The Pakistani government, the army, essentially the Pakistani state, which was dominated by the Punjabi elite, they would try to oppress and discriminate the Bengalis in East Pakistan. This gave rise to a major division within the country. Is that clear? So on one hand, religious extremism was growing. You had many leaders. You had the Pakistani state agencies like the army and the ISI breeding extremism and radical religious thought. Right? Religious minorities, including Muslims, were being targeted and oppressed. And on the other hand, we saw the rise of these divisions, regional divisions between Punjabi elite and the Bengalis. For almost 20 plus years, Bengalis felt discriminated. They felt that they were being neglected, oppressed, they were being humiliated at the hands of the Punjabi elite. Even though Bengalis were larger in number compared to the population of West Pakistan. The total population in East Pakistan was larger than the population of West Pakistan. Bengalis, even though they were in large numbers, the Punjabi elite who controlled the state institutions, right? The government, the judiciary, the police, the army, the intelligence agencies, they tried targeting, oppressing and discriminating the Bengalis constantly. This discrimination and oppression gave rise to Bengali resentment against West Pakistan. There was growing hatred in East Pakistan amongst the Bengalis against West Pakistan and the Punjabi elite. Clear divisions had come up by late 1960s. Is that clear? Because obviously Bengalis wouldn't take this lying down. For them, independence made no difference. While India was stabilizing as a country, Pakistan was crumbling internally. So independence from the British made no difference for Bengalis in East Pakistan. Right? They had a new oppressor. Before it was the British, now it was the Pakistani state and Punjabi elite who were oppressing them and discriminating against them. So Bengalis who had led our freedom struggle, right, against the British, they decided to fight back. There were several laws, policies that deliberately discriminated the Bengalis, right? So Bengalis would not take such discrimination lying down. And by 1960s, strong resentment had taken root in East Pakistan. It had become clear that Bengalis had no future when they are part of Pakistan. They will be dominated and oppressed by the Punjabi elite. Is that clear? This was not by accident. This was deliberately done. So as Bengali resentment started growing, a party known as Awami League was established, headed by a legendary leader, Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. Sheikh Mujibur Rahman was a Bengali Muslim. Under his leadership, a Bengali party came up called the Awami League in East Pakistan. Very quickly, the party became popular, gained popular support of the Bengalis, and in the 1970 elections in Pakistan, the Awami League won the elections. This was a major upset. Now, West Pakistan and the Punjabi elite, they were shaken. They couldn't believe that a leader from East Pakistan, that to a Bengali and part of Awami League, had won the election and was about to head the Pakistani government. So this election result became unacceptable to West Pakistan and the Punjabi elite. The Pakistani government, the army, the ISI, they decided to do anything that is necessary to prevent Sheikh Mujibur Rahman from taking power, to prevent Awami League from forming the government, even though it had clearly won a democratic election. It had got a clear majority in its favor. So what they did was they got Sheikh Mujibur Rahman arrested and they tried to derail the election results. Is that clear? So when this interference was carried out in the elections, despite a clear victory for Awami League and Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, when West Pakistani elite, when they tried preventing the Bengali rights, when they tried derailing the elections and when they arrested Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, this was the boiling point. The pressure which had built up over 20 odd years, it burst open, triggering a massive rebellion in East Pakistan. This was bound to happen, right? When any community, when any majority group keeps oppressing another minority group, this is the end result. We have seen many examples around the world, right? Eventually, there will be a blowback. There will be a fight back. So the Bengalis who were frustrated, who had enough with Pakistan, they rebelled. They gave a call for liberation. They gave an open call for liberation. And by 1970, 1971, the Bengali liberation movement had taken root in East Pakistan. So that's why I told you the past, the history is important. The idea behind Pakistan, how it became a radical state, a theological state, how the elite started oppressing the other minorities, that is very, very important. So this systematic oppression of 2 decades had created enough resentment to trigger a full-blown liberation movement. This was a rebellion against the Pakistani state. Is that clear? So under the leadership of Awami League, under the leadership of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, an open call was given to fight for Bengali liberation, to break East Pakistan away from the Pakistani state. This was an act of rebellion against all the organs of the Pakistani state, against the Pakistani government, the Pakistani army, and the ISI, its intelligence agency. It was a rebellion against the Punjabi elite who dominated Pakistan's politics by controlling West Pakistan. Is that clear? So an armed rebellion broke out. A rebellious movement broke out, calling for complete independence following the arrest of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. So this is one part of the discussion that you need to understand. This is just one part of the story regarding the liberation of Bangladesh. Now, something else was happening in India. Parallelly, there were some related developments taking place in India. At this time, India was headed by Prime Minister Indira Gandhi. The Indira Gandhi government was in power. Obviously, we had multiple issues with Pakistan by then. The Kashmir dispute. We had already fought 2 wars with Pakistan in 47 and 1965. Right? Both were over the Kashmir dispute itself. It was deliberately trying to instigate and create problems for India. Right? We had fought 2 wars, both over Kashmir. Pakistan had even occupied Indian territory that is part of POK, and it was even sponsoring a covert war in the northeast. In the northeast, by using East Pakistan territory, Pakistan's ISI was backing northeast insurgents. Especially Naga outfits and even Mizo insurgent groups. These insurgencies had begun by 1950s, 1960s. These insurgent groups were being sheltered and supported in East Pakistan, and the ISI was arming them, funding them, and pushing them across the border to create unrest in northeast India. So it was already waging a covert proxy war against India by using insurgent outfits and terrorist organizations. It had captured Indian territory and it created multiple problems for India, even fighting 2 wars with India. So clearly, Pakistan was a major problem for India. Now, parallelly, what Pakistan was doing was affecting Indian interests. Because see, India is closely linked with Bengalis. Even though we were partitioned, the Bengalis in India, they still share close connections and relations with the Bengalis in East Pakistan, right? Even today in Bangladesh. So in West Bengal, in Assam, and even in Tripura, you have many Bengali families even today which are connected. They have familial links with Bengali families in Bangladesh. So we had a strong connection, a cultural connection. So obviously, India was affected by what was happening to Bengalis. Is that clear? This was not just oppression and discrimination. It turned into targeted violence against Bengalis. It reached a stage where large-scale human rights violations would be committed by Pakistan. And this was unacceptable to India and Prime Minister Indira Gandhi. It was a moral obligation. It was a duty of India to protect the Bengalis at any cost. This was not just oppression and discrimination, right? It led to targeted violence against the community. By late 1970, early 1971, we saw that Pakistani army, dominated by the Punjabi elite, they were unleashing targeted violence against Bengali leaders and the Bengali community. Large-scale killings were being committed, leading to massive human rights violations. And this obviously was a concern for India, right? Because Indian families are connected to Bengali families. It's an obligation on the Indian government to protect them, to take care of their well-being. Is that clear? This was one motivation for India to play a direct role in the liberation of Bangladesh. There was a moral obligation on the Prime Minister, on the government, to intervene, to do something to protect the Bengalis and help them to secure their rights. All right? Then, on the 24th of March 1971, this is a historic date. It's a landmark date. It's one of the most important dates in the history of South Asia. On this day, the Pakistani army launched a notorious, deadly operation known as Operation Searchlight. Under Operation Searchlight, the Pakistani army started targeting the Bengali liberation movement and the Bengali leaders and Bengali people in general. Large-scale targeted violence was unleashed by Pakistani forces. The West Pakistani state had approved this. Punjabi elite, they had approved the army to use massive force and to target and wipe out the Bengali population. So what happened from the midnight of 24th March 1971 was nothing short of a genocide. Lakhs of innocent Bengalis were killed and slaughtered in the coming days and weeks. Initially, it began as the arrest of Bengali leaders. Then, Bengali leaders started disappearing. The top leaders leading the liberation movement, they were arrested, kidnapped, or killed and tortured. And under Operation Searchlight, they began mass violence, targeted violence against the community. Entire Bengali neighborhoods were set on fire, right? Students, lawyers, they were all targeted. Colleges were attacked. Imagine college students, school students being killed by the army. Thousands and thousands were slaughtered in the coming days. Even women and children were not spared. There were mass incidents of rapes, killings, brutal killings being reported, and it triggered one of the biggest refugee crises the world has seen. Is that clear? Now, this was the final breaking point for India. For many months, India was closely watching the situation. From 1960s itself, India knew what was happening. We had kept a watch on what Pakistan was doing, what the Punjabi elite, the army were doing with Bengalis. We knew about the oppression, the discrimination. So when the targeted violence began, India felt it was our moral duty to step up, to intervene, and to protect the Bengalis. The biggest breaking point was Operation Searchlight. This targeted violence was nothing short of a genocide, as lakhs of Bengalis were slaughtered within days. It triggered a massive refugee crisis, and it pushed Bengalis to seek refuge in India, and they started flowing into India in large numbers. In fact, from 1960s itself, few Bengali families who realized they had no future in Pakistan, they had started leaving the country, they had started moving to India to protect their families, to protect their lives. From late 1960s itself, there was a small-scale refugee movement that was happening. But after 1970-71, especially after Operation Searchlight, there was a mass exodus of people and a massive refugee flow was received by India. Any guess on how many refugees we might have received? Can anyone take a guess in the comments? Any idea how many refugees might have flown into the country in 1971? 4 lakh, 23,000, 1 crore, 50 lakh, 10 million. It's approximately around 10 million Bengali refugees. What is 10 million? Around 1 crore. Imagine the scale, imagine the plight of these people. They had no other option, right? Innocent children, students were being slaughtered, women were not being spared, mass rapes were being committed, entire neighborhoods were being burnt. That's why I told you it was nothing short of a genocide. An entire community was targeted with state support. The Pakistani government and army, they were deliberately carrying out this targeted attack in the name of curbing an internal threat. To curb and oppress the liberation movement, they had used mass violence and committed a genocide that pushed more than 10 million people into India. So overnight, India had to deal with the refugee burden. The border states of West Bengal, Assam, the Meghalaya region, Tripura, they were all overburdened with refugees. Several refugee camps had been set up by the state governments with the help of the center to protect the incoming Bengali refugees. So on one hand, it was not just a moral duty for India and Prime Minister Indira Gandhi, but the situation was turning into a burden for India. Because please understand that India itself was a struggling country. We had just become independent. We had dealt with multiple problems. We ourselves had a lot of economic issues, including poverty, backwardness. We had security issues, border issues. And upon this, Pakistan, because of its mistakes, the mistakes of the army and the Pakistani government, India was suffering because of the refugee burden. Of course, we had a humanitarian objective here. There was a humanitarian angle that was driving India's thinking. We had a moral duty and an obligation to protect our Bengali brothers and sisters. But just humanity alone is not enough. Where will India get the money, the resources to take care of such a large refugee population? The states were already overburdened. There were several refugee camps where the government was struggling to feed the refugee population, to take care of their health, to take care of their basic necessities. So the time had come for India to decide to do something about the crisis. And along with the humanitarian angle and the refugee burden, India and Prime Minister Indira Gandhi, they saw this as a strategic opportunity. This was a once in a lifetime opportunity to potentially break Pakistan, or at least exploit Pakistan's internal divide. As I told you, Pakistan had been very problematic for India. From northeast to Kashmir, it had created multiple problems, fought 2 wars. It was still waging a covert proxy war against India by supporting insurgents against the Indian state. So Indira Gandhi saw this as a strategic opportunity to exploit the internal divide in Pakistan. Plus, there was a moral duty, a humanitarian angle, and the refugee burden and the economic burden. All these factors drove India to carry out a direct intervention. India played a direct role in the entire liberation movement. So, because of these circumstances that had developed in 1970-71, India entered this conflict directly to achieve decisive results. I'm sure all of you would have heard about the 1971 India-Pakistan War. Right? It was through the war that India liberated Bangladesh, where Indian forces went to war with Pakistan. We liberated East Pakistan, and that's how Bangladesh was born. This is a story that everyone is familiar with. That is a story which is publicly acknowledged by the government. This is just the overt phase of the war, right? Which took place in December 1971, almost 9 months after Operation Searchlight. Operation Searchlight was in March. So almost 9 months later, the actual war took place between India and Pakistan in December 1971. But even before this, several months, at least a couple of years before this, India was already at war with Pakistan. Over the Bengali crisis, the East Pakistan crisis, India had already entered a war with Pakistan, but it was a secret war being fought in the shadows. A covert war that India was fighting against Pakistan to exploit its internal divide and set the stage for liberating Bangladesh. So understanding both the phases of the war is equally important. You know enough about the overt phase of the war, where Indian Army, Air Force, and Navy were involved. But much before that, at least starting from 1968-69, since then itself, India was already fighting a secret war in Pakistan, supporting the Bengali liberation movement. This is a secret phase of the war which is unacknowledged even today. Officially, the government does not acknowledge this involvement. Is that clear? So Prime Minister Indira Gandhi took a decision to involve India's Foreign Intelligence Agency, that is RAW, which had been recently set up in 1968. In 1968, a new intelligence agency had been created known as RAW, or Research and Analysis Wing. It was headed by a legendary intelligence officer from the Indian police service, from the civil service of the British era, known as R.N. Kao, Rameshwar Nath Kao. He was very, very close to Prime Minister Indira Gandhi. So Indira Gandhi had chosen R.N. Kao to head this new intelligence agency, right? We had set up a new foreign intelligence agency because until then, until 1968, the IB was handling both foreign and domestic intelligence. From 1947 to 1968, we just had one major intelligence agency, that was Intelligence Bureau. So IB was handling both foreign and domestic intelligence. But by 1968, India had realized that IB was ineffective in handling both, because we had two back-to-back wars: 1962 war with China, 1965 war with Pakistan. Both these conflicts had shown the shortcomings of IB in handling both domestic and foreign intelligence, because both are different specializations. Dealing with domestic intelligence and foreign intelligence, both are different specializations. One organization can't deal with both. So then Indira Gandhi had decided to bifurcate these tasks, and IB was made just a domestic intelligence agency from 68. And for foreign intelligence, a new agency was set up known as Research and Analysis Wing. It was established under the leadership of R.N. Kao. Very quickly, RAW had built its covert capabilities to intervene in foreign countries as well. So RAW was authorized by the Prime Minister to launch a secret war against Pakistan, a covert war, to directly aid and support the liberation movement and set the stage for a possible intervention, a military intervention, if necessary, to liberate East Pakistan, to break East Pakistan and liberate Bangladesh. This is the direct role that India played in 1970s to create Bangladesh. Is that clear? India's role is extremely interesting. So as part of this covert proxy war, RAW had started cultivating the Bengali refugees who were coming into the refugee camps. By 1970 itself, refugee camps had started coming up, even before Operation Searchlight. After Operation Searchlight, we got a very big wave of refugees where millions of them started flowing in, and RAW would start contacting them, getting in touch with them. So RAW would take the support of some of these refugees who were ready to fight, who were ready to fight for their rights, who were ready to act against the Pakistani state, which had committed these atrocities. And RAW would provide weapons, funds, and training to a rebel group, to an armed rebel group known as Mukti Bahini. Mukti Bahini was an armed rebellious outfit of Bengali revolutionaries. They were armed, trained, and funded by India's intelligence agency as part of this covert secret war. These Mukti Bahini rebels would be introduced back into East Pakistan. RAW would push them back, infiltrate them back into East Pakistan, so they could go back and target the Pakistani army and the Pakistani state. So as a result, the scale of violence escalated very quickly, as RAW played a direct role in arming, training, and funding Mukti Bahini rebels. Right? They got massive support. The liberation movement got a tremendous support from India, where armed support was given for this rebel outfit, which would cause massive damage to Pakistani state and Pakistani army. This weakened Pakistan even further. RAW would support Awami League and Sheikh Mujibur Rahman as part of the political liberation movement. So this liberation movement had two phases. There was a political phase of it, a political side, where Sheikh Mujibur Rahman was leading a political struggle for liberating his people and to establish Bangladesh. On the other hand, Bengali refugees who were ready to rebel and take up weapons, They were leading an armed rebellion. They were leading an armed movement through Mukti Bahini. So India would directly support and sponsor both of them. We would back Mujibur Rahman and Awami League and protect Sheikh Mujibur Rahman as well. As the leader of the liberation movement, his life was critical, right? India would play a direct role in supporting and protecting his family and Mujibur Rahman himself, and in guiding the political phase of this struggle. Parallelly, RAW would recruit Bengali rebels, train them, give them arms, funds, and push them back into East Pakistan to target the Pakistani state and weaken the Pakistani state. So by 1971, this secret war had reached its peak. Is that clear? Through this covert secret war, India was delivering significant damage to Pakistan and weakening Pakistan by exploiting its internal divide. Is that clear? So along with this, India started a diplomatic campaign, a global campaign to highlight the genocide that Pakistan had committed. We would urge other countries to act, to support India, to put pressure on Pakistan, right? We would provide evidence to all foreign capitals, right? European capitals, Washington, Beijing, right? Moscow, all major countries were approached by Indian diplomats. Through the Ministry of External Affairs, a diplomatic campaign was carried out where RAW would collect the evidence of the atrocities being committed, and India would present the evidence to the world to show how Pakistan was committing a genocide against Bengalis. But unfortunately, the West ignored this concern. This is said to be the worst human right violation after Second World War. And yet Western countries, especially the United States and even European countries, they hardly bothered about East Pakistan. They didn't care what Pakistan would do with Bengalis. I know I'm being very blunt here, but that's the truth. Their own diplomats, American diplomats from Dhaka, they would start writing back to the State Department, to the White House, pointing out the genocide, the atrocities being committed. Their own reports were ignored. Western governments, particularly the US, turned a blind eye to what Pakistani army was doing and allowed West Pakistan to have a free hand and do whatever it wanted in East Pakistan. Essentially, India was alone in this fight. No major power backed India at this stage. We did get support from other countries, from few smaller countries, and few powers did back India and understood India's position. But the major powers like US and European countries, they wouldn't for a second agree to what India was saying. Is that clear? They completely ignored the fact. They ignored all the ground reports coming in. They ignored the evidence India was presenting them. Because these Western countries were very, very close to Pakistani state. Basically, they had given a free hand to Pakistan to do what it wanted with Bengalis and in East Pakistan. They would ignore this at any cost. All right. So this is where I would like to stop my discussion for today, because if I continue, I'll need another 15-20 minutes to complete this topic. So this has set the stage for India-Bangladesh. It has given you the right introduction and foundation. Tomorrow we can resume this. We will complete the liberation war. There are many more points to discuss. First, you should understand why the West was ignoring what Pakistan was doing. Right? What's the reason behind it? What did India eventually do? How did Bangladesh become a free country? These are key points to discuss. Let's do it tomorrow. And then we'll discuss the contemporary relations. Is that clear? So I hope you guys have liked today's session. Do let me know in the comments. I hope it was interesting. So tomorrow we have a lot of topics to cover. All right. So please attend the class. Don't miss out. And we also start with Myanmar as well after Bangladesh. So these are very important countries. And also because of recent developments, these relations are extremely important. So please attend all the classes and let me know in the comments how the class was. So that is it from my side. I'll just see if there are any doubts, any questions left. and rest we can take up tomorrow. That's not a problem. All right. Let's meet tomorrow. Any doubts, questions, please keep it reserved. Once we finish this topic, I'll answer all your questions. All right. So that is it from my side. Thanks for watching. I'll see you tomorrow. Good night.